can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what, yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. In this moment, yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yes, yeah. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what, yeah. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. Ooh, so tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Ooh, susceptible now, before the moment flies. It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes, yeah, and nothing can stop me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So
Listen,
tell your
tell me.
good night,
Starting in a few minutes.
'cause I'll find no matter what.
Send the link out. Share it. Share it to your fans. Share it to your Facebook, YouTube community wall, IG. Let's go. We got some things to talk about.
So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Susceptible now, before the moment flies. In this moment, yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yes, yeah. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Ooh, so tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Ooh, susceptible now before the moment flies. It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah, and nothing can stop me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now before the moment flies. In this moment, yes, I cannot say what's wrong or right. No, it's not hard to fool me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life. Yes. Yeah, lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies. Ooh, so tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Ooh, susceptible now before the moment flies. It's not a problem, no, 'cause I know what I'm getting into. Yeah, nothing can stop me. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are headed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Evelyn. I'm here to introduce you to a new level of entertainment. The stars have aligned, connecting Brooklyn, New York, Sacramento, California, and Atlanta, Georgia. The team. Introducing Flatbush Brooklyn's finest, the boss, Chef Choupino. Hailing from Sacramento, California, is Andrea Lynch. From the dirty South Atlanta, Georgia, is your boy, Victor Freeze Music, or just Vic.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Julian come true with the freak friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. Hit me, chain, Jude, let me peach in. With our bull shaking to my maybe drop ins. So they won't buy, and I say, so they won't buy, you to keep playing, baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, showing up. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga.
My deepest apologies. My deepest apologies for the technical gaffe, snafu, trouble, issue, pitfall, debacle. Name it what you want. Name it what you want. But one thing I know, we are here. We are here, and I am here with you. What's going on, folks? It's your boy Chef. It's been a little bit, but I haven't been anywhere but here within these YouTube streets. I want to send peace, love, and light to everyone, 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 everyone. All right. So let's see. Okay, cool. So yeah, before we continue, I want to send a special shout out to my boy Gabrielle Sakafet, A1 Day One, Don Frank, another one of my A1 Day Ones, Rudy, Big Rudolph Thompson, E Blizzy. What's going on, fam? I see you in the spot. Just Andrea. All right, who else do we have? Grey Pill Podcast and Jealous, a dope freaking name. My man. Soon as the mafia say fit. Yo, don't worry. We got a few things we're gonna be talking about. Other A1 Day One, Quantum Love in the spot. Hey, what up? What up? What up? Yes, Leo season. Mika Marcel, what's up? A1 Day One. Who else do we have? Miss Ty. Hey, what's going on with you? Glad to see you in here. All right, you finally teaching folks the business. You know, I may take a class. You know what I mean? I don't know if you're charging TLA prices, but you know, I need some guidance. Who else do we have in the spot? Oh, superstar. What's going on, Miss Tita? Tita talks. Tita talks. So here's one thing. I did make a mistake, and I apologize, y'all. Blame it on the mind and not the heart. So please go subscribe to E Black TV's channel. He's an awesome content creator that has helped the trajectory of my movement in there from the beginning. So please go. He has great content. He has a group called the Tea Ladies featuring Just Andrea, Erica Hunter, as well as Tawana G. If you don't know, Tawana used to be one of the founding members of the Lapif Let's Talk show. All right. So they have that show every Friday. So check them out. Great Pill Podcast as well. He has a great show, great setup. You know, check him out. And he's multifaceted in terms of the subject matter. Red Lipstick Vibes, she's everywhere. Okay. Your mama probably listened to her podcast. I had the pleasure to ask Alexa about Chef Choupino podcast, and it pulled up her podcast on an episode I was on. She's everywhere. Spotify, Amazon, everywhere. Go to her page. Tita Talks. Go to her page. Go to her page. I mean, my old ladies told me, she was like, man, one day I turned on Tita and she wasn't doing nothing but just making her bed in the kitchen, getting ready. And she said after like an hour, I was like, damn, I'm still watching this while she was working. Tita's stuff is infectious. You don't even know. You be in there an hour and a half just watching her live. So peace to Tita. All right, who else? Do we have on them? Hey, my guy, Big Rick Slaps. What's up, family? Glad you came through. There you go, Rudy. Come on, man. Big Rigs was probably right. Red Lipstick Vibes. All right. So let's talk, y'all. What's this about tonight? I know you saw the sign up there. I know you saw the trigger warning up there. I understand. It's all good. It's not to be worried about. But it's real. You know, talking about red pill moments. So just to give you a little concept into what it's about, title isn't clickbaity. You know, it's hard to explain, but not hard to explain. So I believe that the same way when they talk about politics and the politics of Democratic versus Republican versus Tea Party versus Libertarian versus whatever party, some people tend to lean just with the party, even though they may have certain belief systems connected to the other party. But what they do is they rely on the things that they disagree on in order to discredit the other. In order to discredit the other. So let's talk about it. Red pill. Red pill. What do we consider red pill? You know, let me pull up the red pill, the definition of red pill for you. All right. So we get a clear understanding of what it is, because a lot of people don't understand where it came from. So the red pill is defined as, it's used to refer to a process by which a person's perspective is dramatically transformed, introducing them to a new and typically disturbing understanding of the true nature of a particular situation. What does that mean? It's what you can call a paradigm shift. It's pretty much what you would consider to be a paradigm shift, a mind-altering change. You know, normally in life, I think there's two of the most extreme paradigm shifts in terms of both sides of the spectrum. One of those paradigm shifts is the positive one, which was considered the epiphany. When you have an epiphany, that mind-blowing moment, that eureka moment, that aha moment, that's the positive. The other paradigm shift is the rude awakening, where you bust your ass, and that's where you realize, and that's the hard lesson, because he had a hard loss to endure. So that was some of the original factors in terms of what started that red pill movement, right? So let me take a look first. Peace, Gabrielle. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You know, glad he dropped that before we even got into the full festivities. I appreciate you. So I got to say thank you to you the special way.
Okay, good job, good job. Get mine, no prob. Hit my line, you're irking me. I hit that woosah. No, I don't got perks on me. I sleep good on God. Spend that money, make it reappear. Ta-da. I've been getting paid. I've been eating good. I've been putting on some weight. If I got a problem, I just call my brother babe. This is like a warning shot to get up out my face. This is like a warning shot to get up out my way. This is.
All right. So, in terms of the red pill, how it fit into the construct of YouTube, what it did was it represented an opportunity for men who may have just walked the straight and narrow, walked the linear path of what was put before them, even in advent of a lot of the changes in society that's taken place. There's a lot of men that just figured it was safer to just play the game and keep it moving. And one of the things that we were taught within society classically is for us to just bite our lip, toughen it out, walk it off, keep it moving. That's what we were taught to do. So many of us have been trained to do so. So when they speak to the concept of men taking the red pill, at this point, they wish to, and I'm not speaking for myself, I'm just stating what it's about. They wish to break from the parameters of that consistent matrix of thought and behavior that's kept them within a box in order to be able to communicate how they truly feel. Some people will go further in depth, but let's say that's the most innocuous or benign definition of the red pill movement. There's going to be people who who want to bastardize the name and add really heavy stuff to the movement itself. But in essence, that's what it truly was about. Even in church, they talk about God is good, but you have fundamentalists that are, destroying abortion clinics and hurting people. So there's always going to be a level of extremity within every positive thing. So tonight, here's what I'm doing. I'm going to be playing some clips. I'm going to be talking to you guys. I'm going to be playing some clips. I'm going to talk about how I really feel. I want to talk about how I really feel. And I would definitely love some interaction. I will be putting the link out there at some point, not too far into it, but I want to get a couple things out, just to give you a little baseline. So let me see what I have for you right now. Within the red pill movement and the blue pill movement, the battle that's waged between them is, or even men within the red pill movement and just regular women, it's being able to define what makes a woman great to a man and what makes a man great to a woman. Some more modern thinking women tend to believe that them, enjoying the fruits of the few waves of feminism that have come through, them being able to fit into a situation where they can earn as much as a man or more. Some of the laws passed through by Lyndon Baines Johnson created dynamics where it made it more profitable for a woman not to have a man. There's real laws, but we'll discuss that further into it. So one of the things is many women feel that the more degrees they have, the more money they make, or the higher they've climbed up the professional ladder will determine their worth to a man. But now the other part of that creates positioning is the men that many of them will choose, a majority of them will choose to be with by virtue of hypergamy, which is the natural order of women marrying up, which is not just monetary. It works with the animals as well. The woman will watch the men fight, all right, during mating season to determine which is the one that's going to be the best for them to carry the genetic structure of that animal that won. So naturally, those women that decided to focus on a high-end job, those women want men that make more than them, that earn more than them, that can potentially put them in a place where they don't have to work anymore. But then what do you think? Do you really think that high-earning multimillionaire man is going to give a damn about how much she makes? I don't know. That's why we're talking about this thing here together. So let's get started.
So I'm regularly asked, why am I single and what am I looking for in a man that seems to be hard to find? Well, of course, I'm looking for someone equally successful and tall and handsome, but the things that seem to be more difficult to find are things like consistency. I need a guy to be consistent, to call me regularly, text me regularly, to let me know that you're trying to get to know me and that you like me. But on the other hand, I don't need you to call me too much. That feels a little desperate. And I need you to understand that I might not call you that often. I want you to take the lead. I might not be so great at timely responding to your voicemail or your text messages, because I'm actually, frankly, kind of very busy. And depending on the time, it might get caught up. But I also need a guy that's dependable. A guy that does what he says he's going to do and is there when he says he's going to be there. But I need him to understand that I might be 5 or 15 minutes late, or that I might need to reschedule, that I might have double booked my calendar. And with that, the third thing is that I need you to be very understanding. I'm a self-admitted workaholic, and sometimes I might need to reschedule. I might call you, I might have overbooked, or I might be working late, and I need you to be understanding. But then I have to admit that if it's early on in our relationship and you've rescheduled me a few too many times, then we're probably done. So when I really think about it all, I kind of got a little bit of a double standard. Sorry, I'm a work in progress.
Shit. You're a red flag dug in the ground, man. You got to do this, but you don't do that. But you got to do this, but you don't do that. You got to have three legs, 1 foot, 5 shoes, 6 arms. You know what I mean? Do what I say, don't do what I do. Do what I do, don't do what I say. But if you do what I do and I do what I do, you got to love me, but I got to leave you. It's a grown-ass woman, bro. It's a grown-ass woman, bro. So at some point, when is enough enough? Do I really need to use terms like the proverbial wall in order to elucidate what we just saw? Nah, it's not necessary. I don't believe that she is intentional in terms of not finding love, because she looks like a beautiful woman and she looks like she's blossomed from a beautiful younger woman. But at some point, I believe that beauty, it's a nasty drug, man. It's a nasty drug. And within the advent of the information age, 24-hour news cycle, and social media, it's not only a nasty drug, but it releases some drugs like dopamine, which means that women now get high off of the compliments that they receive. I'm not even going to go into the whole bullshit about the filters and all of that, right? Catfishing of a society. Ooh, that's a new show. Next one, the catfishing of a society. With the filters, with the makeup, when you put this on, they got makeup artists that can make me look like Beyonce. Okay? Literally in a half an hour. This is where we are right now. That drug, and what's taking place is that some women have had the opportunity to be able to move forward and live free off of men. Not all women, of course, right? And some have utilized their feminine wiles and their beauty so they don't have to do anything. But then there's also women that were more career-driven women, like this one that we just saw, who was beautiful enough to figure, hey, I'll still be able to snatch up a dude when I want. But lo and behold, I'm not going to judge her age. But she does kind of look like, she's kind of long in the tooth there, if you know what I mean. So, peace, love, and light. Classic Lights. My God, thanks for dropping through. Peace. So, for her, it looks like bad decisions. Not necessarily bad decisions when it comes to career, because she's obviously successful. But I think in terms of what's important, Because once you reach a retirement age and you've gotten everything that you wanted, there's nothing like companionship. Nothing like it. Even an inmate gets a bunk mate. All right. So that beauty, let's talk about that beauty. We push that beauty. It creates a level of entitlement. I call it pretty entitlement in the women, which ends up taking away a lot.
What is wrong with you?
Listen, you answer my DMs. What you talking about?
Okay.
And I said I was gonna take you out.
I didn't think that we was coming here.
Oh my God.
Stop playing with me. Like, you really about
so
to
you,
piss me
so you
off.
ain't never ate an IHOP before?
No.
You ain't never ate an IHOP before?
It's been
Stop
years and years.
That shit lame, man.
I didn't even know
that shit
IHOP
lame.
exists. Like,
What you mean it don't exist?
Like, on some real shit.
Like, look how you dress. You ain't even dressed like you ready to go to no kiss or shit like that. Like, you acting like you out here.
It don't matter what
Like,
I have on.
It does. The way you acting, it does matter. The way you acting, the way you acting.
No, it doesn't.
Like,
I look good in whatever
I'm
I
all
wear.
I'm all your DM. Like,
I look good
take me on a date.
whatever.
Did I ask you where you want to go?
I'm not finna dress up.
You said surprise me.
I'm not finna put
You
on
said
my
surprise
sexy
me.
shit, and it's our first day. I don't know where you gonna take me. This why I ain't dressed up. Cause this bullshit right here. Take me home.
You said surprise you. And
No,
listen,
take
look
me
what I did.
home.
You ain't gotta put your hands on me.
Take me home.
I'm not gonna take you home. You're an hour away. You are hour, but you are an hour away. You are an hour away.
We're not going.
What's wrong with
We're
IHOP?
not going.
What's wrong with IHOP?
IHOP? Stop playing with me.
What the wrong with IHOP?
You stop it, joke.
How? Because you wanna get on bullshit and shit, bro.
You trying to play?
You said surprise you. You said it don't matter where we go. Women, that's what I have. You ask women what the. It don't matter to me. You choose. Why you just can't be a man, bro? Leave my. What's the problem?
Stop. Put your phone down.
No. What's the problem? What's the problem?
You always want to stop.
Because women, listen, women like you always be talking about, y'all just pick me up. Y'all can pick the date. Just take me on a date. We finally take you all on dates.
What do you mean?
It don't matter. You always crying about going on dates. Why do it matter with a? Wow, it's IHOP.
I'm not finna walk in.
Wow, it's IHOP.
Take me home.
I'm not finna take you home.
Take me home.
I done came all about an hour away from me. You think I'm finna take you all the way back to the crib?
Well, catch me Uber then.
I'm not finna. That's like $100.
One in the chat if he was wrong. Two in the chat if she was wrong. One in the chat if the guy was wrong. Two in the chat if the girl was wrong. Talk to me. I need to know. I need to know. We've come to a point in our society where, thanks, Classic Lights, he says, too, she was wrong. Classic Lights also stated, as men, we have to deal with the bullshit as well. It's less spoken on, and that is sad. I absolutely agree with you. And if you caught me earlier, I said that we're taught as men to don't cry, keep a stiff upper lip. You know, stop whining, nigga. Relax, yo. That's what we're taught to do. And many of us have done it. So now we sit in a place where someone can't even dine at IHOP. There's people that really love IHOP. They're millionaires and billionaires that love certain things at IHOP. There's certain things that I love at IHOP that I know that there's certain places out here that don't make it like IHOP. My family's from Haiti, so there's a lot of French infusion in our food, right? I like the crepes. I like the French crepes that they make. Yummy as hell. What's wrong with IHOP? We've come to a point where people who can't even afford it, they all want to go. Now, all these chicks want to go to freaking Nurserat. If you don't know what Nurserat is, that's Salt Bay's restaurant. Or they all want to go to Nurserat, where I can go and get a prime tomahawk steak, 26-ounce tomahawk steak, right, from Patton's Meat Market out here in Atlanta for about $70. They serving you a choice tomahawk steak, right, with about $40 worth of thin gold foil on it, and they charging you $1,200 for that tomahawk steak. But folks want you to do this. Folks want you to prove yourself. And when I say folks, you understand. They want you to prove yourself early in the mix without any proof. Because why? Within a hypergamous society, we have to prove what it is that we can provide. We have to prove, pardon me, what it is that we can protect in order for them to feel comfortable enough for them to want to be with us. And it still doesn't guarantee the S word, submission. But that's another show. I know that's a trigger word, right? So let me see. Gabrielle said, I'm not going back and forth. Totally understand. Classic said she wants to go somewhere fancy dressed like a streetwalker. Quantum said one, only because he carried on with her. And okay. And drove an hour just to take her to an IHOP. I mean, listen. Maybe he had more gas than money. Maybe it was the beginning of the work week. So, maybe he filled up his tank. But, maybe his options are limited, or, his vetting doesn't work too well because he had drove an hour for that. And when I say that, I'm not calling her, I'm not objectifying her. I'm talking about for that behavior and that degree of entitlement. And the craziest thing in terms of her little tantrum that she threw, what it told me is that she didn't even deserve IHOP. That's just me. That's just me. I personally don't think she deserved IHOP. All right. I don't even think she deserved freaking Waffle House. She deserved that shit you just see on the highway in the Carolina, that Huddle House. Maybe that. But it's pretty entitlement. It's heavy, pretty entitlement. Hold on 1 second.
What is wrong with you?
Pardon me. Let me get rid of that real quick. Who created pretty entitlement? Who do you guys think created pretty entitlement? Is it the men? Was it the women? Because there's two sides. There's yin and yang. Some would say, oh, it's you guys that created pretty entitlement because you acquiesce to the pretty woman. But how about the women that recognize how pretty they are, that recognize their options, and they come with more intense demands, a heavier set of demands based on what they feel their SMV or sexual marketplace value is? Is Beyonce going to deal with 5'1" Fat Joe from the gas station when she could have 6'4" Sean, billionaire from Brooklyn? Even if Fat Boy John has a better personality, would be more loyal, say a better person, what's the choice you think she would have made, or she would make every time? And we understand that, right? Quantum said that he needed to wait on that date. Gas, no money means drive to work and back only. They both should have just StreamYard and Netflix. StreamYard. Stream the Netflix movie and chill. Listen, she was ready to extract whatever resources he had on him. Period. It wasn't about a meal. She just wanted to get everything she could get. And for the record, Here's why I believe he's a fool. This is her birthday. And you on a daytime date, sucker. That's a brunch date. That means that you drove an hour, you live an hour away from her to go have brunch with her. Do you what's give me a 1 in the chat if you think that somebody else is going to be taking her to dinner and potentially slapping them cheeks. I'm just saying. I'm just asking the questions in the words of Andrea Lynch. Somebody else. That's daytime date. For a birthday? Come on, man. You know, that's dinner, dancing, a show, cigar bar, you know, a lounge before dinner. Come on, man. Come on, man. Right. You ain't the one, buddy. You ain't the one, buddy. So at this point, yeah, I gotta side with Quantum. I think you I gotta hold the men accountable too. You know, you led to your own demise, my G. Whew. So let's keep talking about it, because let's talk about bodies. Let's talk about bodies. I talked about short, fat guy John from the gas station, right? It doesn't only have to be John. But what's crazy is that, and this may annoy some people, and this is not meant to annoy some people, that's why I put the trigger warning. But one of the tenets of the red pill community is understanding the double standards and differences by which we are judged and by which we judge. But within the red pill construct, it's okay to judge differently by virtue of your differences, because different shit happens. In the jungle, there's a lion. In the jungle, there's an antelope. Antelope is a beautiful, majestic creature. But the lion eats it. It's the way it works. It happens, okay? So within this dynamic, red pillars understand the differences between men and women and understand the different sets of accountability, or the different accountability standards we hold each other to and ourselves. So let's talk about it.
You already know what I just said. You know, y'all have to pass. I'm sorry, but you know, pass.
I almost feel bad. I'm pass. I'm sorry. You seem really nice though. We could chill.
I'm sorry, baby. It's the hype, but we could be friends. We could, we could kick it.
Is she gonna smash it past you?
It's okay. You're not ugly, but you just, I'm already short myself. You feel me? Okay.
I know I'm short.
I'm a pass because I'm kind of tall. I'm a pass because you're my homie. I can see over you. If you was taller, I would smash, but you short, so I'm a pass.
Okay. Okay, you funny and all, but you a midget. I can't do it.
I'll tell you this. But no, I'm taller than you.
I'll tell you though. You're not 6 feet. That's what I'm saying.
That don't be
Look
though.
at his height next to me. Nigga, look at your height next to me.
You seen it yourself. Hypergamy is not just about resources. As far as hypergamy goes, naturally, the initial part of hypergamy was the female of a particular species wanting the strongest, most masculine, most alpha, most dominant male or buck of their clan in order to procreate. The best genetic options, pretty much. So now when I watch it, Do I get mad? I actually don't get mad because that's an understanding. I understand. If I understand that I'm a dude that's less than 5 feet tall, I recognize the inherent deficit that I started in terms of this sexual marketplace race. I understand the difference, you know. Now, in terms of what Drea said, she was a little rude. Absolutely rude. But where did that rudeness come from? That rudeness came from pretty privilege. She literally spoke like, and a few of them did, was like, come on now, look, yo, come on, man, look at me. You already know. You're too little for me, dude. Come on, man. And the other chick literally came and was like, man, look, I could look right over you. Come on. And almost made him feel like, why would you even show up being that short? Why would you even show up being that short? So how we feel doesn't matter. How we feel, they don't give a shit. It doesn't matter.
This is coming from is black women are not comfortable when you be like, women, you need to do this. I don't like that shit. Don't tell me what the I need to do as a woman when it's like, you're not a woman. So it's like, I understand.
Y'all tell us what a real man is all the time.
I understand that.
No,
but I'm telling you how I want
don't.
to be treated. Again, it's different. You can't tell me as a woman what I should do.
Hold
on, it feels different.
So you don't think that women's out here telling men what they should do?
Yeah.
So why is that different?
And a man have to meet those standards.
Yeah.
We don't want men telling us what we should and shouldn't do, but we want to tell men what they should and shouldn't do. We want to call out their toxicity and hold them accountable, but that can't happen for us. The math ain't mathin'. But I know a lot of y'all not going to hear this out. You're just going to be like, oh, stop being a pick-me. Are you mad because you're a skip-me?
Thank you, blessed princess. Empress. It's the truth, though. We saw an example of the man's physicality being so much that the women attempted to ridicule him for even putting himself in front of them. But it's called body shaming when it works the other way. It's called body shaming when it works the other way. How is that? Is it right? Is it fair? Is it necessary? You know, let's think about it. So I got one for you. Because we talk about the double standards, right? Hold on, let me see something here. Yeah, so we talk about the double standards and we talk about men's feelings not mattering. So I'm gonna play this one for you.
If you had a friend,
okay,
and she cheated on her husband,
okay,
and her husband told her to get out,
okay,
how would you view that?
I would tell her to come stay with me for a while. We work it out. We talk. You know, we have some ice cream. No, I'm not eating.
Pause. Pause. I apologize. I mislabeled my clip. I'm still a work in progress. But we're going to start with this one first.
Snitch on your homegirl or cheat on your man?
I'ma cheat on my man.
Cheat on my man. I'm cheating. You tripping.
What is he talking about?
Cheat on my man.
Cheat on my man.
No, I'm cheating.
Cheating on my nigga.
Cheat on my man. Damn.
No, my nigga.
Fuck that nigga.
So you heard? It was cheat or snitch. You had the option of if you had to choose between cheating on your man or snitching on your homegirl. They all chose cheating on their man. All right. I'm gonna just drop a little diciness in there, just in case you guys love what's the name, Carrie. Sex in the City. We sexed in the city the whole freaking generation of young women. We made that shit extra sexy. Extra sexy. Now they looking for extra dudes, extra big dicks, Mr. Big. Yeah, I said it. So now move along.
If you had a friend
Okay.
and she cheated on her husband,
Okay.
and her husband told her to get out,
Okay.
how would you view that?
I would tell her to come stay with me for a while. We work it out. We talk. You know, we have some ice cream. No, I'm not eating ice cream now. But we talk and we work. We get through and find out what's going on. I would not turn away. She's my friend.
But you wouldn't view him no way? Like, oh, you just threw your wife out?
No. I would understand.
Okay.
That's a big deal.
So what if he also said, get out, and the kids ain't coming with you? Because also, if
where's she gonna take the kids at that time, though?
Well, but you know how women are.
Cause I'll be like, all right, the kids are gonna stay here. I need a break anyway. No, where the kids gonna go? She better leave them kids home, especially if it's a good man.
But you just said you need a break anyway.
Yeah, cause sometimes you need a break.
But you just we just said that she just cheated on her husband.
Right, and he kicks her out.
So she gets a break. Yeah. She gets a hug from her friend. Come, let's go eat some ice cream. You see how the narrative? You see?
Now I'm hot.
Do you see how?
Okay, I get it.
You know, if it was a man, you wouldn't think he should get that same energy.
Men just gonna have to get over certain things.
No, but
this is who women are.
But
we have. I be telling you all the time. Men have uno. But no,
what
listen.
does this have to do with common logic
men
and being held? What does that have to do with equal accountability?
Okay, men have one hormone.
See, you have many. You're displaying right now a part of that Karen gene because you don't want to take responsibility the same way. You women, let me tell you what you women do. You women repeatedly find ways to make excuses for women that when a man
you just called me Karen.
Yes. So
you calling me
right.
Karen.
So listen and don't be emotional.
No. How dare you call me Karen on camera to millions of people?
Yeah. So listen why I'm saying it. So
I'm ready to go say.
Yeah, I bet you are because and that's Karen because now when you get faced with something you want to run and you want to deflect. You don't want to deal with what I just said.
But I'm not throwing a tantrum.
So let's talk.
I'm not on the floor.
You just about to run away.
I was running away because you called me Karen.
So let's talk about it.
Let's talk
about why I said that.
Okay.
And I was in the middle of explaining.
Yeah, please.
Because
explain.
you're doing right now what these women do.
And what's that?
You're not taking responsibility, and you're looking for ways to change the narrative.
Michi, if my friend comes to me, don't matter what she's done, and if she cheated on her husband and her husband threw her out, I am not going to not open the door. She's my friend.
I didn't say you shouldn't do that.
So what are you saying?
What I said was your energy towards her would be different versus if it was a man in the same situation.
No, right. Because if she comes to me crying, what am I supposed to do?
But all right, listen. If your friend comes to you in that situation and she's in the wrong, your energy is going to be way different than if her husband does it and you're talking to her. Oh. It's going to be way different. It's the same thing. And this is what I keep stressing. There's not equal accountability.
You're so annoying with
because I make sense.
This man thing, defending these men. What they call men again?
I'm not defending men.
Well, you're making sense.
Yes.
Making sense.
But let me be clear.
You don't gotta get big cocky about it.
Listen, stop. Let me say this, but in case anybody is going over anybody's head. I'm not defending men. When you're wrong, you're wrong. My whole argument always is I point out the I can't think of the word now. I point out that things are not equal. And they should be.
The imbalance.
So people's reactions and the way people view things is not balanced.
Definitely. He totally viewed an imbalance in terms of what she was stating. When people speak to the red pill construct, what's funny is the red pillars don't cry about that imbalance, but understand that imbalance and speak to it. And they speak to the imbalance in a way where, knowing that this is an unfair deal, if I know and I find out, let's say I'm a recording artist and I work with this particular label, and then somebody showed me that, or I realized at some point that I had an unfair deal, I would either A, pull my pants up, speak from my chest, say it with my chest, and renegotiate that deal, or abscond from that particular situation, knowing it's a shitty deal. So when we speak to that whole red pill construct, it's about recognizing the inherent and accepted differences, because there's some people that just said, F it. It ain't fair. Let me just keep it moving. If you can't lick them, join them. Can't beat them, join them. Right? But we literally just watched the situation where a man was clearly body shamed, but someone simply brought up the conversation about speaking to a woman about her weight. Is it fair? Is it fair? I don't know. We talked about the cheating, right? In terms of the men's feelings don't matter. The young lady stated that she was going, she would have a little ice cream social with her homegirl, after understanding her homegirl wrecked her marriage with children. I appreciate the folks that's around me, the folks that I choose to be around, and the folks that consistently remind me that I made a good decision to have them in my corner. One of my closest boys, Saginaw Guap. There was times where if I had an argument with my lady, everybody argues, disagrees. Have an argument with my lady, a lot of times he would take her side. Oh, she's a Virgo like me, chef. Whatever. But he would take her side. He would say, as brilliant as you are, as smart as you are, and maybe you're not delivering the message to her so she understands you. If you're the leader, you're the coach, then stop acting like a player. A player on the team, not a player, right? He also would be like, yo, man, all right, yo, don't fuck this shit up, man, because you ain't sleeping on my couch, nigga. Now, of course, if I was ever in harm's way, I'm good. But those are the kind of messages that he gave me. He didn't say, come on, man. Oh, she messed up, man. Oh, this, that, and the other. He tried to bring me clarity, but also, homie, accountability. And there's a difference. The level of accountability we utilize in terms of our gender. Well, I don't say genders anymore. Men and women. I just talk about them too. Big salute, Trash Can Waves. So, men, this is only for the men. If you got caught cheating by a woman, if you, went and cheated on your woman and she found out and she said, you have to go, I don't want to deal with you anymore, what would you do? And you knew what you did was reprehensible, not just the fact that you cheated, but the way, the method you utilized was egregious, insensitive, and wrong. And she told you to get your ass out. Fellas, Not you. Not you, trash can waves. But what would you do? Would you guilt trip her and try to force her to remain with you? Or would you, let's say, leave and allow her space and time? Let's say if you still wanted to be with her, leave and allow her space and time to make a decision. So 1, would you fight and guilt trip and press her to remain with you or for you to remain with her? Or 2, would you understand what you did was so egregious and allow time and space to have their way to see if you and her would be together? So 1, fight. 2, understand that you really fucked up and you got to give her a space. Let me hear it. Because we have 11 folks. We had 11 folks in here right now. All right. Trash Can Wave said space and time means it's over with. In many situations. But a lot of times there's women out there that you have to allow them not to see your face because they're going to dream about and think about the face of the guy that was the good guy. But your real face right now is the cheater guy, the hurt guy. So you give her that space and time. You're giving her a time to reconnect with the guy who didn't do all of the horrible shit. And that may be, there's times where you fucked up so bad where you got to allow the ecosystem and homeostasis in the universe to determine if y'all going to be together or not. And that's where the time and space comes in. Gabrielle said 2. You can give her time and space. All right. The other fella's not answering. That's cool. So I'm just going to take the what we have right here. Let's say time and space is what it is. But now, you ever been in a situation, or known people in a situation where a girl doesn't want to be with the guy anymore, but he loves her so much. He doesn't want to lose her. I don't want to lose you, babe. Give everything. Everything, babe, everything. It's a bad look. She'll never respect him. You know the conversations they have. It's a bad look. She'll never respect him. He gave up his dignity. Don't do it, bro. It'll never be the same. Even never be like it was before because you went and dropped yourself so low and you gave her the power card. That's what some people will say. But now, in the other situations, what takes place is that when you give the sexually antithetical version of that hypothesis, what happens when it's her and she wants you back? No, you got to give him a chance. You got to give her a chance. Look, she really loves you. No, you don't understand. Understand this.
This guy filmed his breakup after being cheated on.
Path, you get cheated on in the middle of a vacation.
Please, don't do anything, please. I mean it. Like, I really mean it.
I told you for the millionth time. I don't want to do nothing, bro. That's it. No, there's not much to talk about. You lost me, bro. You lost me, honestly, like about an hour ago because I ain't stupid. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to talk. We're talking. And I'm talking calmly with you. I'm not even raising my voice at you. I'm asking you to pack your things so I can take you to the airport. Yeah.
Keep your head up, kings.
I'm being so serious right
No.
now.
I'm sorry. There's nothing you can say to me that you can do for me. There's nothing you can do for me.
I could block them. I could even call them right now. And tell them, yes, they're working that.
No.
Please.
Sorry, please. No.
Please.
This is what's gonna happen.
No, I don't
Look,
no.
I get it. Look. Stop stopping, girl. We're in an apartment, girl. Get the f off your knees, bro. Please, I'm not.
Okay, keep talking.
Asking for you. Really, I really was, cause I brought you out here. Like that's already crazy.
Stop, please, no.
Look, go.
It was my fault.
Yeah, it was.
I'm sorry.
No,
please forgive me.
That's fine. I'll forgive you, but I damn sure won't forget. Crazy how we had that conversation like an hour ago.
Please stop.
No, bruh. You just have to grow the f up and accept that you f up. That's it.
Yes, I'm accepting it.
Okay.
Please.
And you act like that don't come with like consequences. Nah, I'm not gonna flip your right now. I'm being nice. I'm telling you to pack your things. I'm gonna take you to the airport. I'm gonna even get you a flight, bruh.
For that, being cheated on is one of the most heartbreaking events to go through. Another person stated, he said, "You lost me an hour ago." And someone got a little envious, saying, "I want this much self-control." How would you have handled this situation? Let us know down in the comments.
So, how would you have handled it? Would you have, and this is for the, we're going to do two, all right? For the men. One, would you have continued the vacation? And let me give you a little backstory. They went on a vacation, over a week-long vacation. They staying at an Airbnb. And he was handling some things and he caught her cheating on him on vacation. On vacation, y'all. Vacation he was paying for. And she got caught. When people do things, there's a level of brazenness that takes place. There's a level of brazenness that takes place. It takes a certain kind of criminal to rob a bank when he sees the cops outside. That means he's determined. It's a determined person. It's like a dude that's gonna have his lady sleeping in the bedroom and gonna smash another chick in the living room. It's a different type of person. And he literally offered to fly her home. Whew. Let me hear what Quantum has to say. She's normally balanced. She said, "Ooh, boo-hoo, niggas cheating on their wedding day and been dragging women all through hell with savage since forever and still be with that little." Oh, there, there you go. There you go. There you go. Interesting. So you think dudes are just crying? So, okay. So, Quantum, I want you to tell me, what do you think he should have done then? Because you talk about dudes been dragging women through hell since forever. But what if he's not one of them? Is it necessary? Is it right? Is it correct? Is it fair for him to pay for what some generations of other men had done? Let's talk about it. So this question is for Quantum. How do you think the guy should have handled that situation? Trash can. He said, I'm getting topped off on vacation. Having a good time, then goes to her when the plane lands. Okay. Gabrielle said he'd leave her there. Just leave. Shaking my head. Quantum said it's interesting how men can't take it being cheated on at all. There is no grace. Interesting. Men being cheated on at all. There's no grace. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about, is there no grace for men cheating? Or excuse me, should we give grace? Should we? Question. It's a real question. You know, you know what? I'm gonna do it the right way. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna do it the right way. I'm gonna play something because we're doing clips here, right? Okay, you did feel he's a stand-up dude the way he handled it. Okay. I can't take it, but I'm keeping that same energy. So let's take a look at this. Moment while I pull up this.
So when a man, because he's a top G, cheats on a woman, it's like, well, what do you expect? When you should actually turn around to him and say,
for what? Accountable for its natural evolutionary biology.
Is cheating morally correct?
Yes.
Depends. Yes.
How
So
can you say that? Are you joking?
Okay with your woman cheating on you then?
Absolutely not. That's wrong.
No, because
it's a wrap. So when a man, because he's a top G, cheats on a woman, it's like, well, what do you expect? When you should actually turn around to him and say,
for what?
is
So,
cheating morally correct?
In terms of the cheating, some would say, and I don't want to get into the whole argument of it. Pardon me, I got to put my lens cap on. I'm bugging out. Danique would kill me if he see me without the lens cap on. The men cheating and the women cheating, I do sincerely believe that we as creatures have been constructed within a different fashion. We've been constructed in an evolutionary way where naturally monogamy is not something that's part of our nature. It's something that we acquiesce to because of our desire to be with a woman that requires it. Pay close attention to what I said. Is it our natural nature? Is monogamy the natural nature of beings? Excuse me. No. No, it's not. But within our civility, we get trash can off the screen. Within our civility, within our desire to become refined and to build love and to pedestalize the women that we do love, we go against that nature. But it is natural. It is natural. The only creature that I could think of right now that I would say, well, one of the only creatures that I could say has only slept with one woman. There's one creature that dies after having only just one woman. And that's the male bee. That's the drone bee. Without getting too graphic, when it's time for the queen bee to replicate or to mate, she has to fly off from the hive to find where the drone bees are. Drone bees normally don't sit within a hive. They hover within a group in the air, and it's high up. And what she'll do is go up and spray pheromone number 9, love potion number 9, spray that pheromone, and all of the bees end up attacking. And literally, it's a gang graping. No, it's not. It's actually, no, it's consensual. So I guess it's a train. Bee hierarchy, what do you know? But literally, she is able to accommodate all of their sperm. And what takes place is after they finish, when they finish within her, the phallus muscle tears out and they die. So bees, they're monogamous because they die after their first time. Outside of that, that's not our nature. But love, the concept of love makes us make it our nature. It's just a thought. All right. So before we continue, what I would like to do is do a little, little pause for the cause. Let you know what this thing is that I'm doing over here. Delusion. Let's talk about delusion. Delusion is one of those things that is one of the catchphrases or words that's used within the red pill community, speaking to the inability for somebody to understand the truth, right? But of course, that's just me saying that. Let's talk about what Webster says. Delusion is a false belief or judgment about external reality, held despite incontrovertible evidence to the contrary, occurring especially in mental conditions. So delusion is considered mental. Regardless of the facts, regardless of what's in front of you, you still choose to believe the same damn thing. Is that amazing or what? You choose to believe the same damn thing. Let's talk. Let's see what we got. Quantum said they say will never stay, but women do after several, and I mean several rounds of cheating. I might piss you off when I say this, Quantum. The nature of the universe, as well as hypergamy, as well as understanding the natural dynamics within gender-based species, she probably figured it out. A lot of times you see sisters calling women stupid for sticking around when a dude cheating, when a dude got caught cheating. Maybe she wasn't being stupid. Maybe she understood. And she understood that the fact that this guy loved her, but there's a nature. We have to understand the nature of the beast that we choose to ride. No pun intended. You ride you a dolphin or you ride you a motherfucking bucking bull. There's a difference. Right. Quantum said women stick around, women will divorce, men won't. Interesting. Interesting. Women stick around, men don't. But women will divorce, men won't. Huh, Quantum? You just elucidated another portion of what the red pill construct speaks to, is the fact, the unfair aspect of how men are treated within the legal system when it relates to women. Women get the kids, women get the house. It's something natural. It's something that we see. It's something we understand. It's something that we expect. It happens. So thanks for bringing that up. Wait a second. Coffee Nino's in here. Did I skip Coffee Nino's comment? I apologize, bro. I'll see you on the spot. Narratives and dialogue. Salute, salute, salute. My God, thanks for popping through. Oh, the original guy that was doing my timestamps when I started with KWK, my homie, Arshawn. What's going on? So it's one thing for a man to be honest and a woman accepts the arrangement. Gabrielle said, men have everything to lose. We are practical beings. We tend to do the mathematics to figure out what it is that makes sense, what it is that's going to take place if I make this move. We are natural chess players in terms of the dynamics of life. That's what we are. So when we think about it, we think about the cost. We think about the cost. There's guys that are out there sleeping with 40, 50 women. There's women that are out there that may have only slept with 14 guys. But the guy they meet that slept with 50, 60 women, he may not want her because she slept with 14 guys. Is it fair? Is it fair? I don't know. Is it fair? So let's take a look and see. Because we have one of our sisters, she has some ideas on this. I think she understands the science and she's come to grips with it. So I like the way she laid it out.
Physical attraction, that's the first thing I'm drawn to a person about. For you, for women, it's already a several step process because of some of the rules we've seen men create in society. You can't be a hoe. You can't be attached to too many people, which means I can't just go off of looks. I got a quota. I got about 3 to 5 men that I can talk to, date, interact with, fuck before I'm a hoe. So 3 to 5 niggas before I'm a hoe, and you want me to utilize how many of those chances on you?
Wow. So basically you got like tokens. Hoe tokens. Hokins.
Hokins, I love that. So if I got a limited amount of tokens or a limited amount of opportunities or chances to see it, I'm going to be super particular, which means I have to develop all of these standards in order to determine how is this a right person for me.
Woo! Hokins. Get your Hokins, y'all. For the record, I'm going to be starting my membership soon, and I will be giving complimentary Hokins, for every $20 member, so that you can. I can't even continue with that shit. He said Hokins. That lady, ladies and gentlemen, that lady. I'm gonna run that back again. I'm gonna run it. You don't have to replay it, Gray Pill. I want you in the moment, bro, because I'm gonna be putting that link out shortly. She's a scientist. I literally labeled that particular clip studying the science. She's not personalizing. She's working clinically in terms of understanding the pitfalls and the benefits within that quasi-sexual dynamic. And I like the way that she's stating it, but she's not complaining about it, but she's like, so I got to do this. I can't do that. Okay.
Physical attraction, that's the first thing I'm drawn to a person about. For you, for women, it's already a several step process because of some of the rules we've seen men create in society. You can't be a hoe. You can't be attached to too many people, which means I can't just go off of looks. I got I got a quota. I got about 3 to 5 men that I can talk to, date, interact with, fuck before I'm a hoe. So 3 to 5 niggas before I'm a hoe, and you want me to utilize how many of those chances on you?
Wow. So basically, you got like tokens, hoe tokens, hokens.
Hokens, I love that. So if I got a limited amount of tokens or a limited amount of opportunities or chances to see it, I'm going to be super particular,
you better.
Which means I have to develop all of these standards in order to determine how is this a right person for me.
Hokins. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So what she broke down, it's pretty much what it is. It's pretty much what it is. The thing is, she took a moment to figure it out. Did she have to take a moment to figure it out? Or did she do it the easy way and just listen to what fellas were saying? Is it right or wrong? No. Us men, we recognize the position that we hold within, or the rank that we hold within this sexual marketplace in terms of our value, in terms of this hierarchy. We get it. We get it. That's why y'all ladies always say, oh, it'd be the short, ugly dudes that always go get to the most money because they have to. We're practical beings. We do what we have to because we have something that you don't have within the nuclear, I hate saying nuclear, the nuclear dynamic, which is what's called BOP, the burden of performance. Prophet, priest, king, provider, protector, unwavering. We have to be unwavering. So everything, when things fail, everything rises and falls on leadership. And in terms of that situation, we have to think about things within a certain way. So I definitely appreciate that sister for being, I call her a clinician or a scholar in terms of understanding. But let me get back to you guys. Let me see. Quantum said, well, if men have everything to lose, then they should act like it. They get into situations to lose. That is effing stupid. Interesting. What would be your response, Quantum? This one's for Quantum. What would be your response to the women that get into a relationship with a man that she believes is less than or not functioning optimally, but she feels that she can help him, change him, improve him? What would you say to her? Because for the record, many women have done that. So you talk, remember, we talk about Michelle and Barack. Remember, she was his boss. She was his boss. So we can be successful projects if you put in the work, So my question to you is, what if he thought that, you said if men have everything to change, they should act, everything to lose, they should act like it. But what if he thought that he can do something to improve the situation? Oh, she responded. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hold on. Quantum said, my response, I'd tell her to go see a therapist because you can't change a man, girl. Just be his friend and help him. So let's flip to a quick side note, y'all. Okay, go slow and build a friendship first. Okay. And I'm going to go to the first part of that. Just be his friend and help him. This is for the ladies watching right now. It shows there's 12 people watching. So this is for the ladies. All right. Do you agree that you can't change a man? Do you agree? 1, if you agree. 2, if you disagree. 1, you agree that you have the ability to change a man, or let's say, or his mindset. Or 2, if you disagree that you don't have that capability. Where my folks at? Let me get some activity over here. I didn't see any 1s or 2s popping up, so I went to check my connection. Andrea said 2. Okay. Quantum Love said nope, can't change anyone, men or women. Mika Marcel said 2, we like to think we can. And Joshua said, Constance Willard, I don't know who she is, but she must be important to you. Send her that link, my brother. Where are you? Come to this chat. Okay. So, Gabrielle said, I don't believe in changing people. So let's talk about this. Do we believe in changing people? What if I told you guys, pardon me, I got something on my damn pop filter, pardon me, and it's bothering me. So, let's talk about it. What if I said that every relationship that I left, that I was no longer in, changed me for the next person? Think about it. What if I told you that God puts people in your lives, not just for blessings, but for lessons? And lessons are seeds to future blessings, because you'll move in a way understanding those lessons so that you'll be able to cultivate and curate your own blessing. What if the person you were with before gave you a certain level of understanding, even if it was a negative understanding, even if that person was a narcissist, even if they stole, even if they got hooked on crack, even if whatever negativity you want to bring to the table, there's always, within the yin and yang of life, there's always going to be something positive. I could take a shit on your lawn and you'll call me disrespectful, but your soil will tell me thank you because the fertilizer and the nitrogen. That's the way that it works. So it's a message. It's a blessing wrapped within an enigma and a riddle of a lesson. But that's just my opinion. All right. So now we're going to transition. We're going to transition. And what we're going to transition to is, I'll kind of pull back up, delusion. Delusion. All right. So I'm about to play this clip for you. Let's see. He's lights up in my face. I had the shades on. Let's see. No tears, right? No tears. I have 0 tears for her. Her name is April, y'all. Why would I not have any tears for her? She wrecked her motherfucking family. Herself. What do you know April for? The only thing people know April for is, Andrea the wag. She's a wag. Andrea, tell these people in the chat who April is, please. You see how quick she types? Yeah. Moscow Mules. Well, I ain't waiting for Andrea anymore because I ain't gonna be here all night. And you know she got them big thumbs, so she don't type fast. That's April. If you guys remember B2K, that's Omarion's. That's the mother of Omarion's children. All right. So that's his BM. That's his ex. What do we know about his ex? We know she was giving him grief. We know he loves her. Right? But, oh yeah, he was a part of, no, he wasn't an immature. I'm bugging. That was Marcus Houston. Pardon me. But yeah, they have 2 children together. Thank you, Andrea. That's Amarion's baby mama. They have 2 children together. So what did she do? What does she do, Miss April? And she's fine as fuck. I ain't gonna lie. But what does she do? She slept with and started a relationship with Raz B, which is one of the members of B2K. She got children with this man, and she slept with his boy, his homie of years, his business partner, band member. Co-publisher on music, co-artist. What do you want to, whatever you want to name it? She smashed the homie. She smashed the homie. She smashed the homie. She smashed the homie. Why do her tears not resonate with me too much? Why? Why? Who's the another guy? She was linked with Amarian. She was linked with Raz B. Does anybody know who she was linked with? Oh, thank you. I said Raz B. Oh man, Riz, Fizz, Faz. Thank you, Lil Fizz. I said Raz B. Lil Fizz, thank you. Thank you, Gabrielle. Andrea said it was Lil Fizz. And Gabrielle answered the next question. The next person who she's been linked with, who she was linked with, was Dr. Dre. Billionaire. All right. And then after Dr. Dre that she was linked up with, you know who she was with next? Anybody? Let's see. Let's see who's going to be the one that puts it in there. Yep, he said she's a blunt, everybody gets a hit. Thank you. Exactly. Tay Diggs. Not even 90 days after the Dre situation, she doing TikToks with Tay Diggs at the crib. So at this point, my question becomes, what victimization do you place upon yourself? What victimization do you place upon yourself? because I know there's a bunch of $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year guys that would take 2 jobs for a woman as beautiful as you, even being within a failed relation, coming from a failed relationship with those people with 2 kids. There's dudes out there making 60, 70, 80 grand a year that would work and take 2 jobs, work $100 hours a week to be able to have a woman as beautiful as you. So what are we saying? So your tears don't resonate with me. I'm unable to empathize with that. Call that red pill? I don't know. But when we get done with this exercise, I'm going to kind of wrap it up for you and you'll understand what I was doing here. But I don't know. I don't know. Let's keep it going. Quantum said, I don't empathize with any of these women and barely with the women in the so-called real world. Okay, I could take that. I agree with that. Why is it though? You know, what kind of woman do we want? What kind of woman do we want? Because the way that I remember things, we used to have women that held women accountable. Shame was a real tactic, but shame was a tactic that women used in order to grow and hold women accountable. Men did not use shame. What we used was ostracization, where we ostracized people. You couldn't be in the lodge. You couldn't be in the club. You couldn't kick it with the homies. Oh, hell nah. You ain't rolling with us. We would ostracize and just move forward and build forward. And the only way we would ever consider you is if you improved, because we are practical beings by nature. Women would utilize shame. Why? Because women are a communal group. They bond together. They form councils based on personality archetypes. So it works a little different. Shame. Girl, close your legs. Pull your skirt down. Get away from them boys. Don't you embarrass me. Shame. That's a tool that the sisters utilize. They utilize shame. But what if I told you, with the consistent and multiple waves of feminism, that we've been consistently eliminating shame from the rearing that women have had to give to other women and the accountability. Men don't use shame on women. Women use shame on women, but part of it is part of the process. We use practicality, we utilize physicality, we utilize ostracization. But shame is a feminine tactic, specifically utilized by women to rear, train, and build the character of other women. But it seems like with the waves of feminism, women have been silenced. So let me give you a little idea.
Or Megan Thee Stallion's work has necessarily proved revolutionary for advancing.
Why do people think that every black female artist has to be revolutionary? This only happens with women as well. You put this burden on them that they're supposed to be revolutionary. They're supposed to be role models. Y'all don't give men the same thing. Men are doing literally nothing. It's not even the bare minimum. They are below that. But no one's talking about how these artists aren't revolutionizing the culture. Not everyone is here to change something. Sometimes we just want to shake some ass. Like, it's not always about this. It's not always about this.
So you, my friend, obviously have no children, and you speak as though you have no stake in the future and the future game. So it does make me question what you consider your role in the future is when you state that it's not that serious. When you speak to just wanting to shake your ass, when you're not understanding that the ass shaking or the shaking of said asses has galvanized a whole generation of women that have gotten behind the ass shaking, while at the same time, the new generation of men are beginning to evolve into not wanting the women that participate within the ass shaking. So that's part of the delusion, I believe, as well, because in terms of stating what you're stating, it's not that important, but it actually is. But I feel with the level of ego and hubris that you elucidate your message, guess what, mama? You ain't even figure it out yet, because it gets way deeper than that, especially when we have presidential candidates that won't meet with people that have full-fledged agendas, but they'll choose to meet with a Cardi B. You know, and one of the main things, her campaign was letting us know that she had a WAP. That was her campaign. So when people speak to them not being revolutionary, that young sister that we listened to, she spoke to what emboldens her. She what she believes the community needs. So you know what? I'm gonna run that one back because I think that's important you guys hear this.
Or Megan Thee Stallion's work has necessarily proved revolutionary for advancing.
Why do people think that every black female artist has to be revolutionary? This only happens with women as well. You put this burden on them that they're supposed to be revolutionary. They're supposed to be role models. Y'all don't give men the same thing. Men are doing literally nothing. It's not even the bare minimum. They are below that. But no one's talking about how these artists aren't revolutionizing the culture. Not everyone is here to change something. Sometimes we just want to shake some ass. Like, it's not always about this. It's not always about this.
One more thing, one love. I promise you, if you ever see this online, I know you probably have a bigger following than me. And with all due respect, I think that you potentially did yourself a disservice when you spoke to the things that people look to as positive character in women, for you to look to it as a burden. I think you're doing yourself a disservice when you say that. I don't believe it's a burden. What if I said that we're trying to keep you safe? And I said that we were trying to keep you pure. What if I said that? Because I'm going to run another sister back for you, my sister. Because she's telling you a message. And I'm going to run her back because she dropped some science again.
Physical attraction, that's the first thing I'm drawn to a person about. For you, for women, it's already a several step process because of some of the rules we've seen men create in society. You can't be a hoe. You can't be attached to too many people, which means I can't just go off of looks. I got a quota. I got about 3 to 5 men that I can talk to, date, interact with, fuck before I'm a hoe. So 3 to 5 niggas before I'm a hoe. And you want me to utilize how many of those chances on you?
Wow. So basically, you got like tokens. Hoe tokens. Hokins.
Hokins, I love that. So if I got a limited amount of tokens or a limited amount of opportunities or chances to see it, I'm going to be super particular,
you better.
Which means I have to develop all of these standards in order to determine how is this a right person for me.
Come on, yo. She dropped some science. And the degree of the science that she dropped was not she didn't emotionalize it. She spoke to it. She spoke to the understanding of it being necessary. And she was just pretty much telling us, yeah, this is the shit that I'm going to have to deal with as a woman, you know, and understanding this the way you guys think. It is what it is. She realizes that even though we all have some revolutionary gene within us, she recognizes there's going to be some shit you're going to have to acquiesce to. That's intelligence. So to the young lady that stated that you had to jump through hoops and righteousness or protection of your feminine wiles being looked at as a burden, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. You know, but it goes back, to the conversation of double standards, right? Double standards. So what I'm going to do, I'm about to play this, but we ain't finna be here all night. You know the rules. So what I am going to do is put the link into the chat. And so a couple of the last clips I want to play so that we can act together. And of course, I'm going to allow anybody that disagrees with something that I said to have the opportunity to challenge my opinion. Sure. You see it there? Boom. It's out there. Let me send some love first because we have a few people that joined through. All right. There's a shopping friend, a going to the club friend, the one you can take around your family, your best friend, etc. Okay. My guy, we unlocked. Peace, family. Harris Tribe. Yep. Hey, thank you. I wasn't sure if I was wearing this one or a couple of the other ones, but this is what it was. Thank you. Who else we got over here? We unlocked. Yeah, Great Pill said she's young. Okay. Gabrielle said men and women build families, families build communities, and communities build a nation. The ass shaking culture only builds single parent homes and misguided children. I believe him. Me have donut. Oh, snap. Hey, happy holidays, happy New Year's to you, family. Thank you for falling back through, man. We was finna put the Amber Alert out on you. I'm glad you're good. Thanks for coming through, man. Don't be going too much. So we talked about the delusion. We talked about the science when we spoke to monogamy and who men and women are and how we move, right? So, we talk double standards. So I did mention that there's a class within the red pill movement that believes that a woman doesn't matter. A woman's financial success and business acumen may not matter if it's not contiguous with what that man is doing in his life, right? So pretty much the short, small way of saying it, I found my lens cap, y'all. The short way of saying it is if he has the bread, he don't give a shit if you're making $90,000 working at the bank. It doesn't matter because he needs you to partner with him and be his helpmeet. He needs you to be his helpmeet. He needs you to be his partner. All right? He needs you to be his partner. He's going to be Beyonce and you're going to be Kelly or Michelle singing the ad-lib. But it's something that you chose based on loving him and based on feeling a connection to his path, his journey. So that's something that you choose. Okay? Hold on 1 second. We got some folks talking. Ooh. So let me play this, and you'll get where I'm going with this. Because there's some guys, y'all take your choice. There's some guys that care about what you got. There's some guys that don't.
If I got my shit together, you need to have your shit together too. If I'm living out my purpose, you need to be living out your purpose too. Don't be coming in my life wanting me to fix you. Don't be coming in my life trying to get shit out of me when you ain't bringing nothing in return. When they ain't no return on my investment. We ain't doing that. I ain't saving nobody. I ain't saving no chicks. That is not happening. We ain't saving chicks in 2022, 23. You gotta understand, like, you are him. And not to say women, you are the prize too. But you're not just the prize. Don't get it twisted. You're not just the prize, because men can't be the prize if they don't have a certain status in life. They don't make a certain amount of money. They're not living in their purpose. So women, we require the same shit. You just not that chick if you just got a fat ass and you look good. No. What the hell have you accomplished in life? How much money you making? Where you live at? We ain't just taking any chick. And women shouldn't take any nigga, so it ain't no double standard. It should be equal across the board, bro. We not taking nothing less than what we are, unless you into saving women. Fuck that, man. Hell nah. No. It is new days, new time. Y'all better stop playing.
That's the other side. That's the other side. So what you want, ladies? Because it seems as though the red pill construct states that the man doesn't care about what you make. He just cares about how you fit into the construct of his dream, of his intentional dream, of his journey as he builds his kingdom legacy for you and your progeny. When I say progeny, that means your offspring. And then we have sisters that say, oh, well, nah, that's wrong. I don't believe that, because how you going to just take that away? She worked hard to get that degree. I'm a PhD. You see what I did there? But she worked hard for this. She worked hard for that. But if she chose to be with a man that may have a destiny or a career arc or trajectory higher than hers, or up and to the right in a higher and more lucrative way than hers, what's she gonna do? She gonna still go work at Verizon for 67 grand a year when he's making 400 grand a year and he's looking at a promotion to 700 grand a year? What is she gonna do? No, Lamar, I got a degree in social work, Lamar. I can make 60 grand a year. While Lamar making 570 grand a year, being a VP of security, of cybersecurity at a major corporation. Let's be real. So what I did was I showed you somebody saying one thing, but then what I did was also show you someone else that was saying it from a different standpoint. Is this the dude that you want? Do I got to let you hear him for another minute and 16 seconds? Is that the one? The red pill community normally states that the guys that are going to pedestalize you based on your degrees, your ability to earn money, your level of resources, those may be the men that you need to pay close attention to, because if they hold within the traditional construct of relationships, if they hold you at a higher level because of what you have, then there may be a consideration that that's why they're with you. There's a certain nature about us. Even if some of us, I've been with women, especially within the industry, and I've dealt with a couple of celebrities, don't ask. But I've been in situations where the women made more money than me. Maybe that's why I felt imprisoned by some of the red pill ideology or traditional ideology, because it's like, damn it, she doesn't give a shit. She got all kind of money to blow. But my ego and my pride prevented me from being able to just relax in the moment, because I knew that I was not able to do the things for her that she was able to do for me. So did she fuck up or did I? There's no right and wrong to what I just asked you. Did she fuck up or did I? She was a successful woman that just wanted love. And she wanted to love me, and they wanted to love me. You know? So it's not always the women. And I'm going to make sure folks understand that. It's not always the woman. So now, just for the record, I put that link out there a few minutes ago. Nobody's touched that link, and it's okay. But I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to tell me about myself or tell me about how you feel. Right. Money is not always the motivation, though, for some. Yes. By the way, he thinks he'll have to save her. I think he doesn't want the one that he has to save. I think he wants the one that potentially can work with him cooperatively, or who could save him. Someone can make a whole lot of money and still be a bad man. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. But remember, if you're a gold, I haven't used this word in years. Let's make believe you're a gold digger. You don't give a shit if he's a good man or a bad man. A lot of times the gold diggers get over on good, rich guys. So if you're a person that's looking for strictly resources, it doesn't matter if they're a good man. Listen, what's his name? Saddam Hussein got pussy. Okay? Charles Manson got some. Everybody, the worst people in the world got laid. Right? But there was women that were with them for money, power, resources. So, nah. Honestly, being a good person or a bad person, once you connect yourself to somebody that looks strictly for resources, good and bad doesn't matter. The rich asshole can eat. You know what they say? What's the purpose of having FU money if you don't say FU, right? Me and Donut came in swinging. If every man could become a top G, it would no longer be called top G. Point is, I truly don't see the same in dating a woman more successful than you if the winds took your world that direction. He said, I don't truly see the shame. I don't see the shame either, right? So for the record, my fiance, she was my boss. She was my boss years ago. And when we started dating, she made more than me. Time progressed, things changed, but when we started dating, she made more than me. But maybe I had it easier because of the fact that she had been my boss, so I already understood the inherent nature of that she was gonna have more than me within this company, right? Because I'm a record dude too. I got platinum stuff and Grammys under the belt, right? But in terms of that dynamic, I didn't think about it. Some of us think about it. Some of it, and now I kind of turn and flip the mirror back to us, to the fellas. Sometimes we utilize these rules of this construct, and what it does is it allows us an opportunity to successfully block our own effing blessings. I feel blessed enough to know that the person that I got with is not that person that, leveraged her power or the resources she had at the time over me. We built each other. I had my strength and Achilles' heels, as did she. So, maybe my situation is just a lucky anomaly, right? But I believe it can work. But just based on the way dude was talking, he would not be considered red pill. He would not be considered red pill. All right. So now, checking to see here. I had put that link out. I didn't pin it. So I'm going to put it in again just to make sure if anybody has any things to say. Call me a good heart. Call me an asshole. It's okay. Engagement is engagement. For real. So, hey, spoke too soon. Salute. What's going on, family?
What's going on, man? I gotta stay incognito. You speaking you saying some anti-red pill rhetoric here, so I got stay low key.
Yeah, man. So I'm not gonna give you all of it, but thanks for joining through. This is the homie, the Great Pill Podcast. Great content creator. He delivers great messages, fun stuff. If you're into the comics too, the Marvel DC universe, he's definitely an aficionado. So
yeah, I'm gonna have some smoke for Friday Smoke Show. So anybody Marvel DC fans out there, I'm popping all types of shots Friday or red lipstick vibes.
All right. The Smoke Show on Friday. So far, I'm going to give you an opportunity to, talk about what you feel about what you've seen so far.
There's a lot that I heard. I feel like everything is by case. Men and women just need to have the conversation. If the vibe is not right for you, just got to go ahead and move on, baby. Just got to move on. For men, I'll go with the token. The brother was talking about whole tokens. He was just trying to be a little bit clickbaity there and engagement. I understand that, but at the same time, he wasn't being 100% honest with the conversation. The system's speaking 100% facts. We know women got more options than men, but men got to have that whole stoicism down too. That's just pretty much how it is. If I know if I'm on my best day, I got the Rolex, I got the bling bling like you rocking, and I'm walking across the street, smelling good, feeling good, and I got the other sister, she could be bummy from head to toe. She's just gonna get more attention than I do. That's just the way it is.
Okay. So you understand the nature of the ecosystem. It's not so much leaning from one side. You tell me if I'm wrong. It seems as though you understand the differences within the ecosystem and how they all jibe, the yin and yang of how it works. So you don't actually personalize it, but you understand this is going to be rife for the community that we're in.
Correct. I understood that a long time ago. It hit me like a bunch of rocks in my mid-20s. And I had a female brought that same thing up, like, oh, woe is me. And I'm like, look, you have to move a certain way, just like I have to move a certain way. It's just a little bit differently. If we both walk on the side of saying you got more options, like the token situation, the sister spoke. She got 5 options, but that doesn't mean she need to be a hoe to all 5 people. She's got to sit there and vet That's on her end. She got more options to filter out the from the naysayers and the bullshit, right? On my end, I'm working extra hard just to get the lady's attention. So I got to earn my five. I got to earn the five numbers. I got to earn the five dates. I got to earn the five potentials out there. If that's my intention. Now again, if that's my intention. If my intention's out there just to be slanging all through the streets and give it demon time, that's one intention. So these women got to be aware of me because I'm out in them streets.
Right. Okay. So now I'm about to pull you into the rabbit hole.
Oh Lord.
All right. So, a woman, what do you think in terms of weave versus natural? And before you answer, I want to make sure folks understand part of this is a lesson too, in terms of understanding what some of the red pill community's view is in terms of hair, or the black red pill community, the blackosphere. There's a well-held statement that the fellas don't like the weaves, don't like the super long hair, don't like all of that shit. You know, we don't mind women being natural and looking plain Jane. Talk to me about that. How do you feel about that?
I feel it's equal rights for equal lefts. If you don't like the eyelashes, hey, I'm not a judgy person, but we got to understand the world we live in now. Everybody is wearing some kind of artificial something, right? It doesn't matter if you black, green, purple, yellow, but let's keep it 100. If you in here and you sitting there eye goggling these women on Instagram, what I call it the IG thoughts, and you're scrolling on Facebook, clicking the hearts, the likes, and the little hug, little icons on their picture, guess what? 99% of the time, something's fake on them. They got either extensions, they got the weaves, they got the eyelashes. They're not all natural from the face. I think that's what they talk about. But what happens is, a lot of men always being that picky about something, you only self-reflecting. You're only self-reflecting. So you got to be the same way you be judgy about somebody else. You got to be judgy about you too. If I'm over 300 something pound, a grown man with my lips moving all types of ways, I can't sit there and point at that lady and tell her what she needs to do about her weave and her eyelashes. I got to work on myself too. You know, if I'm breathing heavy, walking up 3 stairs, it's a problem, baby. It's just a problem. Double standards all the way. Same thing with women. If women sitting there talking about, hey, you know, what kind of car he drive and, you know, what he got in his pockets, look at you. If you looking kind of way, you acting like the ratchet thoughts and all this stuff, it's a problem too with you. It's an inside thing.
Interesting. So, Andrea said, exactly. Quantum said, less maintenance is desirable. Andrea said, really? I mean, it's a real question. It's a real question. So let's do this. Because there's some sisters that they state that they did some clinical tests to figure things out.
Clinical tests?
We'll see. Everybody's a clinician right now.
Everybody's a scientist now?
Right. But that's okay, because with this particular clip, I brought in a young scientist as well. He had a little frayed iPhone cord, but I want to send, because he said a lot, I want to send him a free Bluetooth. So let's take a look at this.
Can we talk about something? I feel like everybody's always giving black women advice about how they should present themselves and how they should look so that they attract a certain type of man or a black man in general. As a black woman who is constantly changing her aesthetic throughout the week, whether it's because I'm going to work or I'm about to go out, I don't attract black men when I look like this. I'm gonna be so for real, I don't. Black men do not check for me when I look like this. And I look like this 9 times out of 10. They do not check for it. I don't care how cute I look, how well my makeup is done, how feminine I dress. They do not look at me twice when my hair looks like this. The only time I feel like I get a strong pull and a strong reaction from black men is when I wear a wig. Honorable mention for braids. Sometimes braids yeah, braids too. But when I go out looking like this, they don't want me. I don't know if it's because they think I look old or I look like an auntie, but this is my aesthetic Monday to Friday. So I'm just sick of the cap. Like, I'm sick of hearing, I want a feminine woman. I want a woman who wears her natural hair. No, you don't. I really want them to learn what texturism and featureism really is. I really do, because
this actually makes perfect sense to me, and I think I can explain why this happens. Alright, so different communities have different beauty standards, and a lot of the time, said beauty standards tend to only be important to the people in those communities. For example, a few years ago, my Japanese friend told me that she really liked my eyes, and when I asked her why, she said that it was because I have this thing called double eyelids. Now, I had no idea what that was, but even after she explained to me the difference between double eyelids and monolids, it still had very little effect on me because I didn't grow up in a community that put double eyelids on a pedestal over monolids versus her who did, right? This was very important to her. She was even talking about getting plastic surgery just to have double eyelids. For the most part, these beauty standards only really affect the people in those communities. A lot of the time, people outside of those communities don't even know the beauty standards exist. I was an example of that. Alright, so now that I've established that, I have a question. What is the beauty standard in the black community? Right, it's no secret that one of the beauty standards in the black community, especially when it comes to women, is having looser textured hair. Because of this, what do a lot of women do? Perm their hair or wear wigs. And we're not talking about afro wigs, right? 9 times out of 10, the wig is a looser texture than their natural hair. So is it really surprising when little boys that grow up in an environment where 90% of the women wear a looser textured hair on their head grow up to only like that looser textured hair? The sad thing is that this has been happening for so long that straight hair is basically the default for black women now. Because of this, I've noticed that looser textured hair is viewed as feminine. Think about it. Have you ever seen a stud straighten her hair?
Okay.
That's a smart young brother. He displayed the level of stoicism, and he brought some good clinical views to the conversation. So what do you think about what he said?
He's asking a lot of good questions, but when he was saying what he's saying, my whole mindset, his whole mindset for me, my thought was, I'm gonna be honest, Chef. I think a lot of people is overthinking a lot of things. I get that, there is a thing is called colorism. There is a such thing as heightism. Initial attraction does matter, but when you get older, to some degree, especially here in the States, a lot of people don't, have to generally get past that. Going back to the token thing is like, look, yeah, you're cute. So if you said something to match up to that to get my initial attraction or initial attention, then we can have the conversation. And then, the vetting part, then if she's still conversating with you more, and if it's like, okay, we're still vibing and it moves a little bit further, then great. Then, she might single you out versus the other 4 and move forward. The stuff that the guy's saying, like, hey, does this in the black community. Look, we know in the majority of the time in the black community, it's going to be braids, weaves, extensions. But at the same time, there's other parts of the community that most of the black community that exile the other black community because they have natural, either natural hair, meaning that they grow it out, they have it in twists, or the ones that like to grow it out straight and long, and then you still looked at some kind of way. It's just so many different variations of black people here in America is ridiculous on a positive note. That's what I like about just the world period. It's so many various different black people, so many various different women. It's just so many variations. So we just gotta find our own individual way to get outside our bubble, because we have so many ignorance on in this, smaller spaces. And I'm not talking about just media, YouTube, because that's a whole nother, pond to be dipping around in. But just where you live at. If you live in a small country town, let me use that for example. If you live in a small country town and all you seeing is one particular type of race, one particular type of culture, one particular type of behavior within your community, then get out. Get out. It's not the same way. Georgia's not the same way as New York. New York is not the same way as three parts of Florida, Idaho, Wyoming, and I've been in most of these states. Black people's different all over the place. White people's different all over the place. Certain type of race all over the place. Then you got the mixed races. One one black father, white mother, and a dude come out look like he Mexican. You know what I'm saying? So you have those. People just need to calm down, take a breather. If you think they're cute by attraction, like, hey, and I'll throw Miss Indra, on the bus. Hey, she caught my eye one hot minute on the panel, threw me for a loop. I gave her a good compliment. I moved the hell on. You don't see me in her DMs or whatever. It just, I don't know. People just take too much out of it. I think because maybe they're young, or media got them so caught up into some whole little web of weaves of mostly lies, you know what I'm saying? And else, or just take one little truth, hold on to it, snag it on, and run with it. And that's a lot of issues with them. So it's case by case. I know I said a lot, but it's like that was a lot to go on with the brother was saying. And I commend him for, because he was right on the nail, just asking the right questions. But at the end of the day, I'm like, yo, we really thinking too deep about this. A lot of these conversations, like, yo, I feel like if they was all getting high and just laid back and you see a puff of smoke around, this would have made more sense.
So what's crazy is
you muted yourself again, sir.
You're on mute, chef.
Damn, I actually hit the mute button twice. Thank you. So when I look at that video, I actually had stitched two together. And in terms of looking at that, I gotta say, there's going to be a few different angles that people will attack that conversation. I was proud of the young brother that he was able to attack it from a clinical basis, where he looked at certain things. He went to the history. He went to the social history of tradition and how we look at things. And he utilized our people to say that, well, it would be natural for us to look at those things as attractive, right? But then what she was saying was a totally different argument. What she stated was that, well, first of all, she had some really nice, juicy, shiny lips. All right. This new generation gap, a little gap, the gap in the teeth for certain chicks is cute. All right. I did not find her as ugly. I didn't find her ugly. I found her as an attractive sister.
Yeah, she cute.
Even when she had her hair the way that she did, right? Now, here's my standpoint on this, my angle. She stated that when she has the long weave in and the braids, long braids, that men approach her more, and she's able to recognize it. Well, watch this, y'all. I'm gonna say it to the fellas first. When you just wearing your sweats and your sneakers or some Timbs and a beat up pair of jeans, that's one thing. But when you put on a nice, fine tailored couture suit with some nice loafers and some red bottoms, and you step out me with my fedoras and put my jewelry on, and I hit the town, I walk different. You understand what I'm saying? I walk different. There's gonna be the outfit where if I got my jewelry, I walk one way. There's another outfit. If I got my pistol, I walk another way. We walk different depending on how we feel about how dope we look. It's a certain mode in our strut, and it's natural. My old lady, when I clean my baldy off and everything is right, she's like, look at you. look at you with that light skin bullshit. She always said, look at you, because she's dark skinned. Look at you with that light skin bullshit. You can tell you, right? She like, you can tell you just got shade, because it's like, nah, she would say, nah, she imitate me. She's like, yeah, you like this. Right? We all strut and step differently based on how we feel that we are presenting to the outside world. So what if I said she is not comfortable within her own skin and within her own natural look, and when she walks out the way that she was looking, she's not confident in it, she doesn't like it, and she believes it's less than. But when she has the braids and the longer weave, her strut is different. She's strutting like a show pony. It's way different. Her confidence is higher. And we are able to discern, absorb, and accept that kind of positive energy that we see from that woman. There's guys that don't like big girls, but there's some sisters out there that's big girls that they move with. I ain't gonna lie, when I was a little kid, I had a crush on that lady, what was her name? Nell Carter. Remember that show? Give me a break.
Yeah.
Right? I'm a titty guy, okay? So don't mind me, right?
It's okay. I'm still confused. One day I was an ass, one time breast guy. I was like, I don't know no more.
we transitioning. we're body part fluid. Right? I'm pan partying. Real talk. The thing is, her level of confidence. Nell Carter was a big girl, but she moved when she was trying to mess with the chief. She swung those titties, she sang that song, and it was a level of confidence. There's certain women that were larger than the natural archetype of different women. There was Mae West. There was different other women that are out there that were, considered buxom and all of that stuff. They exuded that sexuality and that essence based on how they felt about how they look and how they would be received. So for that sister there, I think she's still an attractive sister, even without braids. I don't know what she looks like with the braids or the weave, but I believe based on everything that she stated and what I saw, that it may actually be something within her that makes her present differently based on how her hair looks. And maybe that's why the fellas ain't moving.
I agree to that, but again, I agree to that, but I still go back to my initial response was like the space that she's in. So the space that she's in, and she's still seeing that, so that's what she gonna believe, right? But if she move out just a little bit further out the her little bubble, I think she'll find it'd be a different reaction to that regular natural look. Like me, you said, she's very attractive, but if she move out a little bit, she'll get the same response from other people.
I agree. Let me stop talking like you ain't over here, Andrea. Talk to us.
Hey, Chef. How you doing tonight?
Hey, what up? What's going on?
I did my own experiment, okay?
Uh-oh.
I was like, 30, 32. I was wearing black hair. And then my girlfriend always said she'd do my hair. She's like, Dre, let's change your color. Let's do something different. And I was like, no. So I changed my color to blonde. And when I went blonde, I would get more attention. But when I had black hair, nobody was checking for me. But when I changed my hair color, I would get more attention. I'm just saying. It's just saying. So sometimes I think it could be, I wanted a new look. I wanted to change. I was getting a divorce. I wanted something different. And so I just wanted to change everything. And so what I'm saying is maybe I had a little swag when I wanted to change my hair color. But I'm just saying it.
You still do that?
Huh?
Do you still do that?
Do I what? Still change my
Yeah,
look?
change it just to get a different reaction, or are you aware, because what you're saying now, are you aware that of the reaction? So you're like, hey, let me maximize my potential of attention, so I'm gonna go blonde tomorrow.
No, I like certain kinds of looks, so I duplicate the same look because it looks good on me. So now I'm confident in saying it looks good on me, and this is what makes me feel good. Now,
Okay.
do I change? Do I change like have I got in shape? Hell yeah, because I went to Vegas with some content creators, and I was huffing and puffing. So I came back and said, "On my ass is to lose some weight." And so I came back and lost weight, and it was more because of my blood pressure. But I feel better now that I have lost the weight.
Okay.
And I lost the weight because I met somebody at the time, but I still kept the weight off.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you did that, because at the end of the day, it's about you, it's not nobody else. But just on the hair conversation, so you're telling me currently right now you do not care about the hair color when you walk out the door. You don't go out your way to change your hair color just for the attention of certain men out in the world today.
No, it's
Okay.
just what Andrea wants. What I'm hot when I go get my hair done. Pretty much when I go get my hair done, I tell my girl, let's try something different, and I pretty much stay the same in the hair color because I like Mary J. Blige blonde hair, so I have always loved her hair. So so I keep that blonde, and I like it because she looks good. So I like that.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate with you. Next time you tell your girlfriends that, listen real careful, right? If one chick comes from, yeah, girl, this is for the men. Gotcha, bitch. just watch out for that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Yes, chef. What you got to say, chef?
So, I mean, I hear where you're coming from, and I understand, and I do believe that you guys don't necessarily dress for us. You don't necessarily dress for us. A lot of times, you guys dress for each other.
True.
You guys
Yes.
don't dress for us. Many of us dudes, if you're a good woman, we're simple. We are simple. And what we will tend to do is, we would like you whether you were in a Louis Vuitton, a Dolce, Gabbana, or whatever, a Valentino outfit, or if you was in an outfit from Rainbow or Dots. You understand? And we would still find you attractive. But
I agree.
a lot of
I
it,
agree.
a lot of it, I believe, has to do with the feminine desire for comeuppance among each other, because
Yeah.
there's certain fashion nuances, purse nuances, shoe nuances, this, that, and the other that we are not aware of. So we'll be in a room with all of you, and it'll be 50 guys in a room, and 50 of them will have their women. And when we were in the house, she felt comfortable and she felt like she was sexy. And I thought I made her feel sexy. And then now you see her in the room, and those 49 other women in the room are there. Now you start to pay attention to how she looks,
True.
what chick she holds her nose up to, and what chick she don't want to be around because she knows that chick is wearing a fire ass dress. you know,
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, when I'm in the room with my girls, my man can tell me I look good every day. But if I'm in the room with my girls, I'm paying attention to what her shoe is, what her shoe game is, what her purse is, what's on her hand, what's on her necklace. Yeah, yeah. I'm not paying attention to
Yeah,
y'all like
that goes with the comment me have Donut said, yeah, think about it. After all the nails and makeup and hairdos, 100% of it goes unnoticed. And when was the last time a guy on the date told you, nah, girl, your your eyeliner off, go fix it? You know what, low key, I want to tell one chick that, but I say, nah, let her ride out with it. It was slipping on her left eye. But I'll agree to that because I heard so many women would go through all the trouble, get their hair, their nails done and all this stuff, and then they'll argue or debate or bring it up to another guy like, oh, he didn't even notice I got my nails done. And I'm like, huh? No, oh, he didn't notice when I got this done. I'm like, okay, it's literally for you. It's literally for between you and your female friends or the girls outside the house. So yeah, we don't really pay attention to that.
So I got to answer to me have donut when he stated about those are noticed. When's the last time a guy on a date told you, nah, girl, your eyeliner off, go fix it? Listen, if I see it and it's bothering me, she's wearing the fake lashes and it's halfway off, right? And look like she got a mosquito on her face. She got lipstick on her teeth, or when she was trying to make her lips feel, look extra juicy, she went above her lip line to do some. I'm the guy that would look and be like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with your eye? Yo, you okay? She gonna say what? I said, it's something wrong with your eye. I would probably do it like that if it bothered me that much, where I wouldn't shame her, but I would, I would.
Nah, you do. I ain't gonna lie. You do that. You hitting under the belt.
But I would fake concern. I'd be like, wait, something's wrong. I think something's wrong with your eye. I don't want to be like, yo, go to the bathroom, man, and handle that shit. That's just me.
Oh God.
Big Rick said you worried about the woman. That's wild. Your man should give you all the validation you need. Ooh. He hit with the red pill moment. Okay. He said, ooh, there's some delusional people, boy. Let me see. Me have done said I saw this coming. Quantum said, women been played by the women. Meanwhile, Plain Jane gets the ring.
I agree.
Plain Jane gets the ring. It's funny when you watch, these watches, right? And I'm a watch aficionado. I have a lot of watches, and so I'm a watch guy. And one of the things is there's the big debate about bust downs. So folks don't know what a bust down is. A bust down is a watch that is taken to a jeweler, and what they do is they place and they just ice it out. They ice the watch out. But here's the thing. If you take a watch like a Patek Philippe 59 series, you take that watch is about 58 series. That watch is about $60,000 plain. And Patek Philippe watches, they increase in value. But now, if it's not factory iced, where the specific VS diamonds are actually placed into the watch in the factory, and you go to somebody else like CRM or Trax Jewelry in New York, you go and bring them that watch. In order to ice your watch out, what they do is they drill holes into all of those little pieces in order to set those diamonds. So now you've taken a watch that was $60,000 that potentially will grow every 6 months higher. What you've done is you've debased it, defaced it, and devalued it, and you put $40,000 worth of diamonds in it, and now you think you have $100,000 watch. You don't. You paid $100,000 for that watch. You see, but when it's all said and done in the real watch market, it doesn't matter. In the real watch market, Plain Jane is the watch that increases in value, and in the end it was the best one, because the iced out watch was the shit that I wanted at that time, the way that I wanted it. If you've ever owned a home, I've owned homes. If you've ever owned a home, what do we do when it's time to sell our home? We remove all of the freaking uniqueness. If your daughter like pink walls in her bedroom, if your wife like green and this and that, what do? We bring it to a straight white or a tan, and then we furnish it in order to make it appealing to a wider class. We remove our iciness, our personal uniqueness, and make it plain Jane. Plain Jane is a beautiful thing because when you get plain Jane, when you look at a car and you're a car dude, but the car that you got is a small car, you ever see those dudes in the hood? They get their little Honda Civic, but they put all type of shit on it. The fake spinners, the little fake exhaust vents on the side, this, that, and the other. Plain Jane allows you to dream. Plain Jane allows you to envision her in your dream. Glamour Jane, you start to begin to think of ways you can acquiesce to be able to deserve Glamour Jane. Plain Jane, you're not just thinking of your growth and her presence, you're thinking of her growth as well. Because you know that once you get right, you can make Plain Jane into your own Glamour Jane. That's my opinion, you know? So let's see what the folks are saying. Appreciate loving read down each time, but just call me Donut. Me have donut. Oh, 100 watts. Nighthawk, stand up.
See him in a minute.
Right. One of the original members of the channel, the Nighthawk Show, my guy. Watts. Yes. Beautiful analogy. Thank you, Donut. I appreciate you. Very true. Blank canvas. Quantum Love said Plain Jane might get her ass cheated on though a few times. I just had to sneak. Thank you. You know what? In terms of Plain Jane, you know who was one of the people? Oh, Von Bryan, my dude. Salute, family. Salute. You know, when we talk about Plain Jane, you know who's one of the first people that told us about appreciating Plain Jane? I should have clipped it, but it just clicked to me here. Eddie Murphy. When he did Eddie Murphy Delirious or Comedian, depending on where you got it. And he talked about he was going to get him a chick. He was going to get him an African chick, butt naked on a horse, because if she had pants, she going to need pockets, right? And the chick, fufu. And literally, he was talking about getting himself his safe Plain Jane. So that's a funny thing there. So let me do this because we're almost wrapped in here. So let's talk about, we talked about fidelity, right?
Wow.
Conversations. Let's talk about certain double standards. All right. So let me run this for you.
If a woman goes and has a kid by somebody else and she comes home and says, this is your baby, you find out 3 years later that that's not your kid and she lied to you the whole time. And she knew.
Oh.
You've been raising this kid as yours.
Maybe she didn't know, but she was unsure.
No, she knew. So you either way, you was doing something wrong. You should have known. There's no excuse. So anyway, you're raising this kid as your own. She know it ain't yours, and you've been paying for it. When he find out, so now he ain't got a right to beat her ass?
No.
But if it was opposite way around, she would have the right
He's
to
supposed
smack
get
the hell
on
out
her,
of him,
take
right?
her to court, be
so
mad,
if it's the other way around,
no,
then,
he shouldn't have put his hand.
she has a right to smack him. Because she's mad. Because she got done wrong. So there's a difference, right?
I think so.
You're crazy.
I think so. I think
that's what's wrong with society.
He said, I think. She said, I think so.
I'm gonna let y'all take that first.
Just Drea?
Okay, go ahead. You go and then Great Pill.
Now,
Know what, madam?
I personally would not do that to somebody. I think everybody has a right to know their child, but I have
All right, so you do
heard
that to me, I can.
I have heard, and I think it's disrespectful, and I would never do that. But I personally feel like, matter of fact, is I would sue your ass and get my damn money back. That's how I would feel. It would be on and cracking because you don't took me through the emotional roller coaster, um, taking care of this child mentally, spiritually, physically, and I need to get some payback. Okay, and then
Hold on, ma'am. You had my baby. You had my baby. You had my baby. I helped raise that baby, and then you bamboozled me. Had me believe that baby was mine for like 9 years.
I would never do that. I think everybody has the right to know that child belongs
All
to
right,
them.
but we know what you wouldn't do individually, but
Mhm.
generally speaking, if hypothetically you had my baby, it will be a miracle baby, and I kind of find out that light beyond light isn't mine. 9 years of help raise it was there with you, through the delivery room, and your response to me is when you find out, it's like, oh, oops, I'm sorry, my bad. So I'm not allowed to react the way this brother just said. I can't, go to, boom boom pow.
No, you don't have the right. I don't think you have a right to hit me, but you got a right. I feel like you got a right to sue my ass. You got a right for pain and suffering. You have a right to tell everybody that I did you wrong.
There's a
And
case for that to sue.
yeah, you got a right to do all that because I think when you taking somebody to help and raise a child and put your soul and heart and money and spirit in them, you got a right. And if find out that's not your child, you have a right to scandalize my damn name for lying to you. How about that?
How many cases you seen one with that situation you just said? Like how many cases one like that? I found out that woman, that supposed to be the mother of my child. I found out that she lied and led me astray for all these years. Married me and anything else just because of the baby. Then kind of find out I'm living a lie. Maury, I am not the father. So, and you told me to go to court and anything else. I don't think that going to court.
Well, I that's how I would tell if that was my girlfriend. I would damn sure tell her that
No,
it ain't right.
you slap your girlfriend for messing up my life, and then her family should slap her too because I, as a man, can't put hands on her. The whole
Yeah,
family should be going boom boom pow on her
I
because
think I
that's
think I think that the problem is back in the day we had accountability about things like that. We would tell each other that shit is wrong, that's not okay.
of
But
course.
now this new generation, this thing, everything just motherfucking goes, and it's like basically, so what, baby ain't yours. Okay, now go on about your business. But this man has spent his soul, his money, his love, and all that. So it's time. It is time for y'all to stand up and say we ain't gonna take this shit. Period.
For us or the women.
The men need to.
Well, we've been saying it, but we've just been saying it in silence. We've been saying it. We've just been saying it in silence.
Well, y'all need to shoot. They need to, if you do that to my motherfucking son, I love my son. You do that to my son, I'm gonna be the first one on a national news telling all your motherfucking business.
Yeah, but then if we do that, we're emotional and we weak. And shout out to Von Bryant. He said, "Is it true that court system will still deem you as the father you have been in child's life?" For yes, and the fact that we signed the
Certain jurisdictions, if the AOP acknowledgement of paternity.
Yes.
Yeah, it is because people think that it's the father signs the birth certificate. We don't actually sign the birth certificate. What we sign is what's called the acknowledgement of paternity. And by virtue of us signing that acknowledgement of paternity, what happens is we're stating we're that child's parent naturally, and that's how we get on to the birth certificate. But there's no such thing as the father signing the birth certificate. Big Rig, I just dropped the link in there. You should see it there. It's on the screen. But yeah, so
I just think it's, I think it's time for women to be accountable for their actions. If they're lying to the men, they're lying to the men, and that's not their children, and they're making them be responsible. They should have to be paid all that child support back. That man.
Yeah, but excuse me, that's step one, right? I
Uh-huh.
get that. But we're talking about, and we'll flip the same way the women say, we're talking about emotional distress and then some. Um, I'm not gonna say all women because all women don't do this,
Mhm.
but just on Facebook, because I know this personally. I know somebody personally that don't hold herself accountable,
Mhm.
and then she'll hop to friend to friend to friend saying whatever she want, and the math doesn't add up. And I'm that type of guy. Like I was on the comments like, "Hey, practice what you preach." Blah 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 blah. Like I know you're going through the friends and homies and stuff like that. Like I think everybody need to call you out because you ain't saying you're not speaking your truth, like the real truth. And then and she just got quiet. So I'm like, well, at least they know. But all the extra stuff you're saying, a lot of men isn't going to do all that. It's so much twists and turns with that. Even with the question Von Bryan said, like, yo, Chef had, we in the birth, the baby is born in the hospital. We already signed the name. We're screwed right there from the jump.
Yeah, my cousin.
Technically, when we sign, let me just say this piece, Andre. I'm sorry. Technically, when people forget, when the mother has a child, they have zero concern except keeping her alive and having what's called skin to skin contact. They facilitate that where you'll even be billed for it. Your child will be, if your child has a baby, they'll be billed for the skin to skin contact. Nothing. They just want to worry about her blood pressure, make sure it doesn't go too high, doesn't drop too low. They want to make sure everything is good. She connects with the baby. But we, as men, during that hyper emotional, hypersensitive time, which is part of our greatness as humans as well. During that hyper emotional time, they allow us to sign motherfucking papers where technically it's actually under duress. I can't go and have Great Pill Podcast or Andrea or Big Rig sign a contract if I understand if it was at their mama funeral, they could get that contract thrown out. If I had Andrea in the middle of the freaking, she just gave birth to a baby and I had her sign the contract, a judge would throw it out. But they have us men who may be at the proudest moment of our lives where we feel that we have now become one with the universe and done our part in terms of procreation. And those of us that are religious feel that our God, our Allah, our Vishnu, or whoever, if you witchcraft, the wind gave us that gift that made us a part of this universal thing. That innate happiness, that pride, that resoluteness, that wanting to be a king, wanting to be a father, even if she was an asshole and y'all wasn't together right now. You know how many times where a dude broke up with a chick, he thought she was cheating, found out the kid was his, or whatever, or thought the kid might have been his, and see the kid born, and then he goes and signs the paper anyway. We're allowed to sign during that most emotional moment of our lives when we would not be allowed to give a woman a contract to sign during that same time period, and it would get thrown out of court because she signed it under duress or not being of sound mind and body. I just had to throw that in there. Pardon my enthusiasm.
What's going on, Big Rig?
Big Rig, my
What's
bad,
good with
man.
it?
Stepping over your mic, my G. Go ahead, man. Rock the mic.
Nah,
real
you
quick.
was doing your thing, man. Shit. Just going back to what that clip was, right? It's kind of funny how when dude kind of put it out there, if I put hands on her, you know what I'm saying? It's an issue. But when he turned the tables with the woman, me doing something bad or whatever, and she getting emotional and putting her hands, she looked at it in a different light. That's funny, man. That's pretty wild. But listening to Gray Pill, kind of going back and forth with Andrea, I'm kind of with Andrea because, like me personally, you know, I run a hands off household. You know what I'm saying? So, um, that's just period. I'm not into hitting a woman. You know what I'm saying? In any fashion. My restraint game is a motherfucker, but you know, I'm not into and excuse the cuss word, man, but I'm not into you know, into that. So like when you guys kind of put it out there like that, my only question is like, damn, like what's with the violence, bro? Like I can understand being hurt, you know what I'm saying, and all that, you know, being misled, you feel me? But like to be like, you know what I'm saying, well, I want to put hands on her, you know what I'm saying, whoop her down, you feel me? Like that's a little wild, bro. Like, you know, me personally, you know, that's not the kind of, you know, operation I would run. You know what I mean? I wouldn't want my son to run his operation like that. I mean, to each their own. But, you know, and it even goes back to the kid thing with the not to, you know, go on to a different subject, but kind of under the same kind of umbrella, just like, you know, what's good for one kid is good for all of them. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna get a meal for one, you know, I'm not gonna leave the other ones hanging. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's just the kind of time I'm on. So just when I hear, you know, like that clip, you know, with the man saying that, you know, to me, it's just like, man, you know, what's with the violence though? Like I understand being hurt and all that, but we just need to be a little bit more disciplined, man. You know, that's all I'm saying.
I agree.
So, and I definitely agree with what you're saying. What I do want to say is, and you know, damn, and I deleted that particular clip, but within that specific clip where the guy was talking about the cheating to the woman, and would the guy have the ability to, you know, if it would be right for him to put hands on her? I think that he was just not fluid, or I don't want to say articulate enough, but he didn't deliver. He didn't land it right, because what he really was speaking to, he should have put the feminine aspect first in terms of his argument, because we know there's women that will slap the shit out of a dude if she sees him looking at an ass.
That's a
in the
fact.
street. Right. There's
Yeah.
girls that slap a dude, slap the shit out of a dude if she see he like Kim Kardashian's picture. So he was attempting to deliver, that's my opinion, was that he attempted to deliver the particular tenets of a particular argument.
Right.
But he fell over his feet, and it sounded, he made it, he misordered or juxtaposed his points, where it made it look like he just like he feel like he should have the right to beat the shit out of a woman, and he didn't lay it out right, because when he came afterwards to talk about the things that the women do, that was actually what he should have led with, you know. So personally, I don't believe that he was advocating for wanting to beat up women. I think he laid his, and when you watch the show again, I think you'll see, I think he laid out his argument. He misordered his argument, especially when you're dealing with something that involves violence, you know, because I'll speak to what you said. There's two sides to it for me, right? There is the argument that, hell no, a man should never get to the point where he should want to put hands on a woman, right? But now that's what a woman would say to a man, or that's what a man would say in an overarching argument to men. But now, if I'm counseling a man specifically, I would speak to not just that general piece. I would go deeper layers of the onion, dig deeper in terms of making him understand that he should never love someone more than he loves himself or his freedom. He should never love a woman that he wants to make his woman or the matriarch of his family more than he loves I shouldn't say his self, but his safety, his sanctity, and his freedom.
That's a
Because
fact.
when you get married, you submit to her. Your submission is your provision, your protections, and all of those things. I told you I did that on purpose. See, he said he hit me in the DM. He said, "Yo, when you say submission, I'm dropping down." Right? Her submission is understanding. Okay,
Yeah.
I could be the top recruit in the country. Watch this. I could be Travis Hunter, but I know that I'm going to link up with Coach Prime. I'm submitting. I am marrying myself within my capacity to his program. And I'm signing up to follow in terms of how he says to move because I believe and I trust that he is going to be the leader
All right
that
now,
leads
Chef.
my team.
All right now, Chef. So you talk, you bring up these topics like these pill moments. So let me count it with a red pill talking point. So since you're saying all that,
Peacemaking. Sorry, go ahead.
you're good. You're supposed to be the the leader. You're supposed to lead. She's supposed to submit to you. You got to be the dominant one. Because you were saying earlier about income, finances, what worked for you and your woman. So a lot of people in the red pill space, they consider you beta. Beta.
So, in terms of that, I want to address that. I'll say I disagree in terms of them considering me beta, and I'll explain why. I know if I'm a coach, and Great Pill Podcast is the #1 recruit in the country, and I want him on my team. You don't think I've already submitted to you by getting you there, showing you the campus, making sure all the hot chicks come and shake their ass for you when you walking through the field, have them put your name on the goddamn jumbotron, all right? And as well, making sure that you eating, making sure the right boosters get to knock on your damn door, making sure all of these things, because it's quid pro quo. There's always quid pro quo. But what happens whenever the submission conversation comes up, people ignore the quid pro quo. She's like, oh, submission, I got to do this. He is submitting his life. That means that he will marry you. He will have children with you. He will provide for you. You don't have to do anything. And when he dies, it's yours. He's submitting by even having you in the mix. There's ways that we submit. Some of us do it less eloquently or articulate than others. And that's where it may be a little different, understanding people's personality archetypes. But what I'm saying is that, quite honestly, we all are submitting, but it's just us as the prophet, priest, king, protector, provider. We submit in a different way, and our submission is shown by virtue of action, by virtue of all of those things that we do, in spite of. Remember, there's no such thing as sweat equity within that type of relationship. There's no such thing. She's going to be more physical with the kids. He may not have changed a diaper in a month. But by the same token, she's living in a $1.5 million mansion in Atlanta. Right? And she doesn't have to do anything else except work for those children, but he may be the one that's forced, because he has this dynamic and you guys have multiple children, that he has to work even harder to make sure he maintains that universe or that ecosystem.
Can I play devil's advocate? Because I feel like this is going to be fun.
I definitely want one.
All right, so you mean to tell me if you're making 80 to 100K that you're okay with your woman working in the household versus just spending more time and energy pouring into you?
Wait, I want to make sure I understand that. You said 80 to 100K?
Yes.
We'll
If
say
you're top. Yeah, go ahead. If you're the top earner, I'm just clarifying. You top earner.
So, if I'm the top earner and I'm making 82, and I was better when I was just making 80 to 100, right?
Yeah, we generalizing right now. So, like I said,
Okay.
I'm poking the bear. I'm playing devil's
No.
advocate. Yeah, you making 100K right now, and your woman comes into your life. So you should be okay with her just staying home and submitting to you, meaning that while you out the house providing and you come home, she should be there on your beck and eat, pouring into you, house cleaned, food cooked, desucked. You good?
Yeah, remember the submission is not. Remember the submission thing that we're talking about is not kidnapping. It's not kidnapping. There's
Yeah,
nobody.
you're not kidnapping. You're like you're
No,
making
no,
a
no. No, I
yeah,
understand what you're saying. When I say
yeah.
it like that, though, in terms of the submission itself, I'm saying is that it's not kidnapping. There's no big submission van that pulls up and just snatches people up. It's a choice. We choose. When I sign with this team, the reason I use that analogy is because I choose to submit to that leader. I want to be with under Bobby Bowden. I want to be under Coach Prime. I want to be under Pat Riley. I want to be under this coach or that coach. I want that person to be the one to tell me about myself because I trust their leadership. And it's the same way we play roles. We play roles. I do not believe. Yeah, don't go yet, Andrea. I know Andrea has to roll out in a second. We're going to be wrapping up shortly. But I believe that we have a choice about who we submit to. And when a man chooses that woman, we recognize there's a certain action based set of submission that we will go through. It doesn't mean we're going to say, yes, baby, you rule. Everything you say is right. Everything you say is right, baby. You the one. No. It's us understanding that this is the one we're choosing, and we're going to submit by dealing with the battles of the world, by going into the wilderness and coming back with a slaughtered lion on our back for this woman and the family that we created. So we submit differently. Our submission, I believe, is action based, that we will continue to do it. Okay, we could be 6'2" and have a boss that's 4'3" that we could crush with our pinky. Oh, this is my thumb. With our pinky, right? But we submit to them because we're submitting to the goals that we have in that connection with our family. And we don't crush them. We fight through it. And that's why I call BOP, the burden of performance. That is our submission. Being that soldier, going out to take that bullet, going out to deal with that smaller person, but knowing that we're going to keep our family fed and all of those things. That's the burden of performance. We submit by virtue of performance. But that's just my humble opinion. What you guys think? I'm going to let Andrea give her final note. Andrea?
Yes. Okay. I think now we should take accountability for all things. We should take accountability for things that we're not doing right. And we should learn how to communicate and learn how to not always think about being selfish at some time in some things. I think on both part, men and women can be a little selfish. That's my New Year's resolution. Have a little understanding and a little grace. I believe grace should be given to anybody. Everything ain't just black and white, and everything ain't just gonna be perfect. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Saying there's gray in the middle.
Yeah. So that's how I feel.
All right. So here's the deal. Let's do this. Because there's a final piece.
Okay.
And then it encompasses something that we discussed a little while back. But this piece is more so me making a statement, and I want to hear. I don't want to hear what y'all got to say, but but it's me making a statement. I'll allow you the opportunity to hear what I'm talking about. But let's take a look really quickly.
You're hurting me really bad, bro. Please get off of me. And she's still standing there letting this happen. Like, exactly. I hate you. It already escalated. She's about to come out and hit us. I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you. I swear to God, I hate you, bro. You're the worst teacher ever. You can get me taken out of here because I want to apologize. Because I want to apologize. You started yelling at me. You tried to embarrass me about my paper. You're a terrible teacher.
Is somebody recording this?
Oh, everybody is.
I hope you're recording
Everybody
because
is.
that's ridiculous.
Yes, that really is.
Letting this shit happen. She sit here and say she loves black people and stuff, but you let this happen to her? Come on now.
No, you yelled at her first. You yelled at her first, but you don't hurt her. You yelled at me first. You hear everybody I have look at my grades, my GPA. I graduated by 8 points. I'm not no dumb bitch. I'm not stupid, Dr. V. The whole class.
I'm smoking.
If anybody is better than Carrie, bitch. What the hell?
Yeah, you were yelling at her. You were yelling at her. That's ridiculous. That's BS. I'm saying. BS. I'm like.
Trying to say I'm sorry.
That's.
You're the worst teacher I've ever had.
Leela posted this video to explain exactly what happened in the classroom.
So basically, we had a group project assigned as a final, which is probably the dumbest thing, but I'm not here to critique her on her learning. We had a group final. We had to write a paper, and we had to also make up a skit for our group to present. It was 7 of us. I did most of writing the skit just because I wanted to. It was easy and it was fun for me. Well, I thought it was easy. I did the essay as well. She got back to me late, 6 hours before we had to present, actually, saying that my essay was completely wrong and I should revise it, all this shit. And I'm just like, I'm not going back and redoing this essay. That took me 2 weeks and you told me 6 hours before. I'm not redoing it. And I think I'm pretty okay for that. Ew, my camera is dirty. I think that wasn't a bad idea of not redoing it. I didn't feel any type of way. And I still came to the final to present with my group because that was what we were supposed to do. I came, did not say anything when I did come into the class because, like I said, I was already frustrated at the fact that she told me my whole essay was wrong. So I come into class and didn't say anything to her. She's talking. She's assigned us to our groups, and we're going to talk about what we're doing for the project before we actually have to do it. So I'm talking to my group members and come present it. So we talked about that, and she was like, well, it is wrong, and you should redo it because it's going to greatly impact your grade. Once again, said I did not care about that because I'm only here to present with my group so that my group does not get a 0 on this. Well, I got hella views. Well, look at my story. So, boom, she starts getting loud. She starts yelling at me, telling me this is her class, so it doesn't matter what I think. I'm getting loud back. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys. I got loud back. I was raising my voice too. I'm like, Dr. V, like, you're yelling at me. I'm not going to redo it. I'm here to present with my group. Like, I'm here to get this done and get out. And she's like, you need to get out. Like, I want you to leave. And I'm like, leave? No, like, I'm here for my group project. Turn the comments off. How do I do that? Oh, and she told me to get out of the classroom, and I literally refused. I was like, I'm not going to leave. This is our final exam, and I didn't do anything wrong other than responding to what you said to me because I did not say anything to her. She's telling me to get out of the class. I'm like, no, I'm not going to. She's upset at this point. She leaves, and she's talking to another teacher in the hallway. At that point, I guess, is when they decided to call the police, campus police. Campus police comes, and it is a black officer at first. I'm not usually one to mention race, but I think it is a little bit necessary in this instance because I do go to a historically black college, and for this to happen to me and it be so provoked by people who are not of black descent, it hurts. So I feel like I do have to mention that. The black officer comes in, he asks me what's going on. I tell him everything. The class is telling him everything. As I'm telling my story, my professor comes back in. Yes, officer, I want her taken out. I'm like, whoa. He's like, whoa, I'm talking to her, I'm listening to her. So wait, we're talking, another officer comes in, and he is a white officer. He comes in and he's like, okay, so your options are you're gonna get out of the class, or I'm gonna have to take you out. I'm like, what? Like, take me out? Take me out how? So, yeah, like they said, it is important because the black officer, he's a very well-known officer on our campus. He's never given anybody any problems. He's actually pretty cool, and he was doing his best to not arrest me. He was trying to have a conversation, and the white officer came in and was like, yeah, you're either gonna get out or I'm gonna have to get you out. And I'm like, okay. At this point, I'm like, Dr. V, you're gonna let them arrest me? And she's like, yes, Dr. V, Dr. Villagomez, Cynthia Villagomez. Yes, say that name in here so y'all know who we're emailing about, because I'm sending emails, my class is sending emails, friends are sending emails, send an email. If not, that's okay too. I'm not pressuring you. So the white officer comes in, he says that, I said that to Dr. V, and she's like, wait, hold on. She's trying to, like, fix herself. She's like, okay, either apologize or you need to leave. I said apologize. Now, the old me, I'm sure I would have apologized, but at that moment, I knew that I was not the one in the wrong. I didn't start the situation. I didn't escalate the situation. I knew I was not wrong. So I'm just like, okay, apologize for what? Apologize because you yelled at me and you dropped the F-bomb? Yes, I did drop the F-bomb and told you I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I told you. So I'm sorry. The F-bomb hurt your feelings. So sorry, baby. We're grown. If that was worth an arrest, let me know. Let me know. According to my mom, it wasn't. But continuing, I said, Dr. V, are you going to apologize to me? I came in, I sat with my group. I didn't say anything to you. You decided to start yelling at me as soon as the fire alarm went off about my essay. So she was like, no, I'm not going to apologize. I'm like, what? So then I'm like, wait, well, tell me what I'm apologizing for. Tell me what I'm apologizing for. At that moment, I'm talking to the black officer. I'm talking to my professor. The white officer is like, yeah, go ahead and take her. You have to go get her. To the black officer. So the black officer is like, okay, turn around. I'm about to put these handcuffs on you.
All right.
All right, folks. Winston said.
All right. So I let that young lady make her own statement by virtue of just playing that clip and letting it run. I didn't do anything to editorialize what she was saying, to change your mind while she was saying it. All right. So let's do this. What I want to do is I want to play a clip from somebody who's a parent. And this further elucidates my point in terms of when we talk about red pill. I personally believe, because if we think about the points that we've all covered tonight, and that's the beauty of this thing. For the record, I know you guys probably thought I was going to come through cussing out women, talking about women ain't shit, and this, that, and the other. That wasn't a part of this exercise. A part of this exercise, because remember I mentioned in the beginning when we talk about political parties, there's several things that all of the political parties, Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, Tea Party, and all the other parties, there's things that they all come to a consensus and agree about. But those are not the points that you see them argue. Those are not the points you see them debate. And what ends up taking place is that majority of the debate and divisive debate takes place about the things they don't agree about. And the things that they do agree about don't get worked on. So here's what I say in terms of my red pill commentary. I believe that red pill folks believe that the woman ain't right. Red pill folks also believe that we have to operate as men at over 100% capacity in order to be the best versions of ourselves. I understand that 100%. When we're confronted with situations with women that feel a certain way, I sincerely believe that we understand that we have to do better in order to earn the right type of woman, and we recognize that. But here's the major conundrum. This is the major conundrum. Right now, we have, and I want to send a shout out to my sister. I wish she would have came through, Robbie, right? Because I was pulling from one of her arguments where she was speaking to the men, and there's sisters that speak to in certain arguments about the lack of what we do as men, right? The lack of what we do as men in order to deserve the types of women that we want. Here is the conundrum. What if there's 2 billion people, but 1.5 billion, 1 billion of those women are crackheads, or 750 million of those women are crackheads, 750 million of those men are crackheads. That's 15 million. And then the rest of the 0.5 billion or 500 million, those are regular functioning citizens. When that man improves and recognizes that he's not doing right and he needs to put himself in the best position, is it wrong for him to not want that type of woman that would be beneficial for his growth? We and the men that's within the red pill community, right? Those men, there's a certain level of excellence that they speak to in terms of the women that they want. But within that same community over there, they also understand there's a certain level of expectations of what they have to do as men. So, what if they was just educated? What if that dude just figured it out? What if he figured it out that he was a F-boy or F-ning, and he figured it out and he realized? What if he's that guy that was smashing all the holes in the street, the 304s in the street, and he got locked up and he started studying Islam for a year or 2 years? He was locked up, and now he understands he needs a righteous woman. Is he wrong? Everybody has that ability to change. That movement that they speak to speaks to the change. I could pull up a couple videos that I did where Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, was going in on a couple of dudes. Hardcore. So at this point, when these men have recognized the paths that they take had to change, why are they not allowed to change the type of women that they keep within their love periphery as well? And I put that to y'all.
I'll let Andrea go because she said a while ago she had to leave. Andrea, you there, lady?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Okay. I still think, in the new year, I think we should hold each other accountable. With that student, she need to be held accountable for her behavior, not doing what the teacher asked her to do, and then get on social media and act like she didn't do anything wrong. That's a crime in itself. And so, I think in the new year, we should hold everybody accountable, just not one person. It's across the board. I think that's the problem now. We're not holding each other accountable, and people are just acting a damn fool. And that's my final piece. Okay.
Okay. Happy New Year.
You too. Happy New Year. I gotta go. I got a storm coming. Okay.
All right. Handle it.
Okay. Bye-bye.
I'm in the basement. Totally lit. So before you guys answer it, I'm gonna piss y'all off real quick. I'm gonna let you hear something from this person that spoke on what we were talking about.
Standing there letting this happen. Exactly. I hate you.
As an HBCU graduate, I'm disgusted. And one thing I know for certain, if that was my child, there would be somebody else going to the police station because I would be after that woman. How dare you? We go to HBCUs to feel safe, to feel protected. And as a teacher, you call the police because she wouldn't apologize. I suggest you collect all of your belongings and refrain from going to that campus ever again. How dare you? And then try to gaslight the students by saying you're de-escalating. You call the police on a student for yelling. You couldn't just put her out of the classroom, give her an F? You ought to be ashamed to call yourself a teacher.
You should be ashamed of calling yourself an HBCU college graduate, all right? And you happen to be a parent. So what I want to say to you is this. You said you couldn't have asked her to leave the classroom. She did. She did ask her to leave, and she refused to leave. Secondly, HBCUs, FYI, they're not owned by black people. You know who owns HBCUs? They're owned by white people. They're owned by the state. Every single last one of them. That's why the majority of them have the name state behind them. Those are state schools. How were HBCUs created or funded? Slavery ended. We needed the people that used to be slaves to be able to learn, to be able to go to schools, pick up the trades, so that they can actually go in and replace what was lost from the free labor that happened. They had to go to universities. But guess what? None of those people who needed them in their businesses wanted a black man sitting next to their black daughter. That's why the HBCUs were created. Due to segregation. They were not created to uplift us. They were not created by our own people. They were not something that Harriet Tubman walked 1,000,000 miles to do. It was some shit. It was something that was created to put the niggas. Okay? So that's one piece. Third piece, because it's a state institution, they don't have private security. Who is the security for state college? State police. So she did not call police. She called to have her removed. The only people that remove somebody from a room on a state campus, college campus, when they refuse to move is state police. So she did not escalate it. She advised this young lady before that this is not the format of the project that I gave, which is your final project. This is not the format. That young lady stated, well, she told me that I'm not doing it over, so I'm going to do what I want to do. But it was a group dynamic project. So she just showed up, so her team didn't get a 0, which means that her choosing to do something differently put 6 other people into a messed up situation where their grade was going to be negatively impacted. Professor told you about it before the class, told you about it during the class, and you still chose to continue. She thought you were going to derail her class or attempting to. She asked you to leave. If you're an officer of a particular business, once you're above a certain level, it grants you what's called trespass rights in order to initiate trespass or ask somebody to remove themselves. That shit happens in elementary and middle schools. Get out of my class and go to the principal's office. But we're in a place, an institution of higher learning, and it's not able to happen. She refused. The professor also advised her that this is going to negatively impact her grade. She stated that. She also stated that she cussed at the professor. She stated the professor raised her voice, and thank you, Quantum, for mentioning that, because she mentioned that she raised her voice, but the fire alarm was also going on at the time she stated she raised her voice. So after all of this took place, it was framed by certain people that, oh, she was arrested because she didn't apologize. That's not what happened. The professor told her to leave, but then eventually the professor was emotionally, overrun. And what she stated was she would allow her to stay if she apologized. So she was not arrested for not apologizing. She was arrested for refusing to leave. She was arrested for refusing to leave. And it just so happened to be the actual people within the protocols and hierarchies of that institution of higher learning, the people that make you leave the goddamn room, happen to be state police. So I said all of this. But I'm really speaking to our generation. But when I say my generation, I'm a 50-year-old dude, right? I don't feel like it. I always say I feel immature for my age. But I'll tell you this. That lady that was there blinking with the long ass blinks, talking about what would happen and who she would go after, that's what concerns me, because she's a parent. She's an HBCU graduate. And in viewing the entirety of that situation, as well as what the girl said, seeing it in the way that you see it, you're somebody's mother, you're somebody's grandmother. That's the fear that I have. When we talk this red pill shit, blue pill shit, all of the different pills, they all were symptomatic, enzymatic pieces of a couple of generations that had a hell of a time, but kind of lost our way. And we got to fix it. But one of the most concerning things was what she had to say, that woman had to say about what took place. Because how are we gonna make our daughters the kind of women that we want them to be if we're not able to correct? There's no more shame. What are we gonna do? How do we fix it? We live within a politically correct society at this point where shame is not allowed. Acceptance is allowed. We accept everything. So when we talk red pill and the pills and all of that, it impacts more than just the quasi-sexual dynamic of men and women. It impacts the greater society. But that's my rant. I'm gonna let these two, wise brothers spit their piece on what they think.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and go. I don't really like speaking on clips too much because you kind of only see it from a certain lens, and with those clips that you put out there, they're all coming kind of like from a certain lens, you know what I'm saying? But as I was watching it, I was already like, yeah, if I would have been like in that group, or in that setting, they would have been looking at me like I was the bad guy, because I seen all the wrong that she was trying to put out like she was right. Because you're gonna mind somebody. Like, I grew up, you know what I'm saying? Like, the principal had a paddle, bro, in the office, and he would spank your ass if you got out of line. I grew up in that
St.
time,
Mark's.
man.
Yep.
That's real. That's real spill. Like for y'all out there, that is real. Like the principal, and they had the right to do it. You know what I'm saying? So when you went to the principal's office and you was acting a donkey, he can really do that. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't do it no more, but I grew up in that time. And it's like this girl, she was not minding anything that this, and okay, they grown. They said she's in a college. I get it. You over 18, whatever. But you still got to mind somebody, man. Like this is crazy. So if the teacher, right, if the teacher done already told you that it wasn't up to par, you know, it is what it is, man. How you gonna tell this teacher how to run her program? She's the teacher. You see what I'm saying? And it's just like there's no accountability. And then when that woman came, that was it. When you played the woman, I was like, man, see, this is why, like I said, if I would have been there, they would have hated me because I would have been completely against what they were saying, man. Because everything that teacher was saying with the whole campus, look, my junior high school had the city police as security, man. So if you're gonna, if any security come through in the class, whatever, you gotta leave or whatever, it's gonna be a actual cop. You know what I'm saying? So and the girl was saying that campus PD, like when you put that out there like that, Chef, I was just like, that's a fact, bro. But it's like when they put out these clips and they narrative, they make it seem like it's just the end of the world. Like this lady was just, you know, profiling her and gave her the opportunity. Hey man, you apologize, man, for the disrespect or whatnot. I'll let it go.
She's Latina, and she's what they call POC. Remember, Professor V. Her last name was Villa Gomez.
There it is. There. But the thing is though, and I'm gonna just keep it 100, Chef. You know, from what people see, you know what I'm saying, and we all black, bro. We know how we are. You know, we get attitudes, we get a little hyphy. You know what I'm saying? This lady, that she wasn't trying to go and escalate nothing. She wasn't trying to go there with this young lady. She already seen that the class was already on this young lady's whole vibe. You know what I'm saying? Like she was already reading the room like she should have. You feel me? And she's like, you know what, man, just go ahead and leave. And the girl don't want to leave, so now it's like, okay, damn, now she combative. You know what I'm saying? And now you got this whole classroom too, right? Come on, man. I'd have been all for like, man, this teacher's right, man. This girl in the wrong. She out of pocket. Straight up. That's just my, you know, that's my get down on it. Go on, Great Pill, do your thing, man.
I'm with you. I'm with you on this one, man. Because I'm not gonna lie, I saw the first one and I saw the second one. The second one, so shout out to Chef Deshaun, because that was a little bit more extended than I saw, and I had like tagged some other people like, hey, maybe you want to have that type of conversation, but that's why I love conversations, because I hear a whole different perspective. Because maybe I need to rewatch it 3 times big, but when you gave that perspective, like, yeah, you're 100% right. There's no argument there, especially from the I'm from that era too. But you skip one thing. For me, it was the teacher gave the paddling. Usually, I had a female. I was acting up, and that same dynamic happened. Like, hey, if I'm acting out, the teacher speak up. And if it was like, you know, a lot going on, she's like, hey, you know what? I think you just need to leave. You need to leave. And you would get that. Lucky for me, I wasn't that unruly, but I got the paddling from the teacher first. And if I still was misbehaving, then the man come involved, the principal, you know, which one you want, the vice principal or the principal. So rumor has it, sometimes the principal get that hard licks versus the vice principal, you know. Or the female teacher, she give you them little licks, but the vice principal or the principal come in, oh, your behind is grass. And then my grandmother was in. I was living with my grandmother, so you ain't want grandma coming in there.
Yeah,
so
that's a fact.
You had the belt, the paddling, and the other paddling, and grandma sitting in the back like, you better raise your hand. I don't care what question she asks you, your hands better be raised. So.
Right.
Yeah, trust me, I know.
I'm from that era.
Yeah, man. That's that
neighbors-
real man.
Yeah, I got neighbors come at me too, like, yo, you know your grandmother, you don't tolerate this type of mess. Pat,
Right.
pat, pat. Grandma come
Right.
home. What happened? I have to answer to both of them. They there, so it won't
That's it.
confuse you with the conversation. Then it's like, there's another ass woman.
Man, that's a fact.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand, like, I don't know, man. It's just she knew ahead of time with the whole school, the rules and engagement, especially because I've been in that situation. Just in high school group projects, everybody contribute because that's how you get the grade. You know, if me, you, Chef, and yourself, Big Rig, and we got a project together, it's together. Now, I'm sure with projects like that, you had a time limit. You knew ahead of time. It wasn't like, no, okay, Monday project, and then Tuesday going to get done. So you had ample enough time. And then when it came back, now you didn't have anything to contribute. Now I did see the part where on the second part where she came out of her mouth and said, "Oh, it's easy. I could have done it myself." No, it's a group project. We're all contribute that. Now, I would go as further to say, just to guesstimate on this, she probably have a history of being unruly. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw it out there. She probably have a history to be unruly. But I think it's messed up that I didn't hear nobody raise their hands and speak up on that part. I saw her outside with the cops, like, "Well, you said this, and then when I decided to walk out the door, now the cops came," and I was like, well, she asked the first time. You should just walked out, went to wherever you need to go the next step, or waited outside until class was over, and then go to your next class. And then when you get that phone call, you just have to answer to your mom, and then let your mom and the teacher and the principal handle that at that point. But just know it was a group project. You said what you said. You didn't contribute to your part, so now you literally effed over the whole group. That's it. And trust me, I get it too. Now let's just say I'll be on the kid's side. Let me put my foot in her shoes. I get it. Sometimes you got high school teachers, substitute teachers, part-time teachers, elementary, and I get it. Sometimes they don't listen, or something might be a little bit skewed with the conversation. But you still have to, you know what? I'm still in school. I still got to conduct myself one way. My mom, my dad, whoever raised me didn't raise me to be unruly. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. All right, the day over with. Let me go and let my mom and them know. That's how I used to tell my little nieces and nephews and them, like, look, if they ain't putting their hands on you, don't worry about it. Whatever they say to you and they disrespecting you and you feel like it's not how I raised you, zip your lip. When you get home, tell me. We got modern technology now. Everybody want to text all the daggone time and Facebook and FaceTime. Shoot me a text inbox. I'm going to ask the proper questions with you. And then if I feel like it's deemed enough for me to leave my job to come over there, I'm going to come over there. But if not, do what you need to do for school. Get your homework. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Zip your lip. And then I'll come over there and handle it. But if it's some crap and I left out of work, it's going to be an issue. And we're going to have a whole conversation. You're not going to like that conversation. That's it. And it's not that hard to do. Trust me, there's a lot of teachers I didn't like, but I guess what I didn't do? I didn't run my mouth. I didn't throw chairs. And this is all stuff I seen now in my high school. I didn't throw no desks. I didn't throw no books. I didn't start no fights. I sat my butt down and mind my business. If I didn't know
why,
this
is a respectful interruption question.
Sure.
Why? But
because
accountability.
That I had the fear in the back of my head if I do something stupid like that. My mom.
Remember, there's personal accountability where you feel that you did something wrong, but accountability. Remember, accountability is a noun, as well as a verb. Accountability is the thing that you feel, that that feeling, that essence of knowing that you have to do better, holding yourself accountable, personal accountability. But being held accountable, the accountability, you can receive accountability from a higher partner or a higher person within that dynamic, which is your parents. So it's also a fear of being held accountable that drives us forward. I'm a corporate executive for a big ass company, right? And accountability is one of the things, after we set expectations, after we've assisted them, after we've skilled them up, after we've seen them be successful in that particular behavior that we wish for them to utilize, right? And they choose not to do it at some point after we coach them now, and this is grown ass executives, then we have to hold them accountable. But they also have their own personal accountability, which is a thing that drives their actions until we, as the the next level up within the hierarchy, have to hold them accountable. So it's you absolutely right. But it's not just understanding your personal accountability, but it's also understanding the accountability of the other side.
But it's crazy though, Chef. Like I said, when I be hearing these words, like I understand it, but at the same time, like it's not coming out my mouth. It's an action for me. You know what I'm saying? If I'm going to work, I'm holding myself accountable for what the procedure and policy is, And then if I make a mistake or a boo boo, whatever have you, I'm still holding myself personally accountable because I'm speaking up on the errors, try to correct it and move forward. Same thing with this young lady in school. According to he or she, Mr. Donut said, she had 2 weeks to do it. The next thing you know, she was asked 6 hours to do it before the due date. So there was a conversation. There was a conversation there. You knew prior.
Yep. Let's bring it. This is to bolster your point. I apologize.
Yeah.
This is to bolster your point. This came right before Donut. Vaughn said, "I would have loved to have read the paper that she worked 6 hours on." I'm just saying. Do you understand? A paper. First of all, she was working on it 2 weeks. We understand when we receive the curriculum and we receive a syllabus when we go to college. We understand what that is. You know what's going to be due. You can start in August, but you know the shit that's due in October already. All right. In all of that time, she stated she worked 6 hours on it over the course of 2 freaking weeks, and she's a fully matriculated on-campus college student. Right?
But she contradicted herself on the second one.
And she said it was easy though. You heard?
Yeah,
she said, "Oh yeah, nigga, that means you ain't do shit. It's easy. You walk away from a college paper talking about it's easy? No, what you did was easy for you to do, and it wasn't even what they wanted. It wasn't what they wanted. People want me to come and do interpretive ballet, and I just pop in like and start doing all kind of shit. That's not what they test them for. That's not what they want. And remember, this whole red pill thing, I cleverly curate, and that's what the red pill fellas is saying when it comes to some of the sisters. It's like, hey, yo, y'all want us to be better. We're growing ourselves to be better, more intentional, more particular. We're trying to grow ourselves into those 6-figure, 6-pack, 6-foot tall behemoths that you want. But please understand, mama, once we become those mythical, magical 2 to 6% of the population beasts you wish us to become, our perspectives change. And we pray that you are the women, that those type of men that you wish for. And that's all I got for you. And my red pill, in some groups, people would think I'm pink pill or blue pill or whatever. It determines on the level of how strong people think. You know what I mean? But labeling, it doesn't matter. I just feel what I feel. But I wanted to have this exercise of intellectual debauchery to share with each and every one of you, some of the views. And for those who are red pill, and for those who are not, and for those that were floating in the clouds and didn't participate, it's all good. I appreciate your engagement. But this whole thing was to say, we're more alike than people even understand. I make a joke with Andrea. I said that she doesn't even realize it. She's a red pill conservative. Just by virtue of the beliefs she has and what she agrees with, you know. So this is just a thought process. And I sincerely appreciate each and every one of you for being a part of this. I want to thank Andrea for popping in. Of course, she's part of the team. I want to thank Big Rip. Let me go clockwise. Great Pill Podcast for coming through. We ain't finished. We got work to do all day. Friday I'm gonna pop in. We do our nerd stuff. You feel me? And then Big Rig Slaps. I appreciate you too for coming through. So what I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go counterclockwise now. And I'm gonna allow I said big ribs. I guess I'm hungry. I'm gonna allow Big Rig Slaps
Somebody
to
hungry.
let these YouTube streets know what makes him a unique, special soul within this universe. Talk to me.
I'm just me, man. I'm just genuine, bro. I'm not, I don't put tens on nothing. I don't expect nothing from anybody. But that don't also change, how I approach people. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes me unique, man. I'm the same, every day, man. I try to put a smile on my face as well as somebody else's. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with none of the negative. So but let me go ahead and close out, man. I just want to appreciate you, man, for letting me come up, man, and you know what I'm saying, talk my talk with y'all, man. Great Pill, you know what it is, bro. This is like the second or third time we done been on a panel together, man, and it's always dope, man. And hell, man, y'all can catch me, you know what I'm saying, on Instagram, you know what I'm saying, at Big Rig Slaps, you know what I'm saying. That's my music page. I'm a producer. And you can also catch me on Ragtop Delta on Instagram. That's my card page. I'm heavy in the card game. And also you can catch me, you know what I'm saying, I got a show with Be Easy. It's called Easily Rigged. We on Knowledge and Relationships. It comes on Tuesdays, usually at 10 night. We a late night show. But we keep it cracking, man. You know what I'm saying? We talk that real spill. We ain't putting nothing garbage out there. You feel me? If you see how I am right now, that's what you're gonna get on Easily Rigged, man. You just gonna get a little bit more, jokes and a little other type of stuff, man. But that's what it is, man. We trying to put, good vibes out there, man. You know what I'm saying? We ain't with all that just crazy rah stuff, man. So I appreciate you, Chef. I've been watching you for a long time, man. I seen your growth, bro. You going hard, man, and just keep continuing being great. You feel me? And that's it, man. You feel me? I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you as well. Already know you don't got to thank me for coming through. It's like thanking your mama for letting you in the crib, yo. It's your crib. You here? All right. So you know what I mean. You got your room. It's upstairs through the hallway to the left, and you got
right.
your Xbox and shit. All right.
You're a good mom.
Hold it down, Big Rig. Peace, love, and light. All right.
Appreciate y'all.
You as well. I'm gonna drop you down. Great Pill.
Yeah, man.
Folks know what makes you a wonderful, unique soul within this universe, my brother.
That's easy. You have to figure it out for yourself. I'm not gonna brag about myself. To know me is to love me. That's pretty much the end of it. But as far as the conversation goes, it definitely was a good one. I didn't mind poking
the bear. Dude. Whenever some dude tells you to know me is to love me, what he's telling you is try me.
Yeah, try me. I don't try to raise. Yeah, I don't raise no bar for nobody. I come in and just like, hey, and especially mostly like most us Northerners up there, we're pretty much like so keep to ourselves as we work. And the next thing you know, somebody might say something, we bust out laughing. Then like, oh, I didn't know this side of you because you never approached me. Right. You never attempted to have a conversation, but it's okay. I get it. It's all good. Yeah, but the conversation was very unique. I know I was discussing with most people one day. I might just go ahead and just do like one at a time have selected red pillars, and all the other pill community one at a time explain themselves and stuff, so you get like a more fully understanding of it. I didn't really compare the last video to any red pill talking point, except for just unruly kid. But it could be at the same time. I can go back to the parents, so touche to that. But yeah, overall, just everything as far as relationship goes is case by case, and what your intent is. If your intent is for marriage, you have to work on yourself, and you gravitate that type of person with your light and your energy. That's just how it goes. um you should want somebody to respect and to pour to you just like you would do to them. uh at the end of the day, just if you met that person and you fell in love with the person the first year, everybody change and evolve over time. You know what I'm saying? Not saying this you have to dictate rules and demands with people in a relationship. It's always a conversation, a little playful checkup with one another, like, hey, are you okay, are we okay, how are you doing, stuff like that. Also, encouraging your significant other, that's both parties, encouraging each significant other, like, hey, if something's wrong with you, like, let's talk about it, because only your partner will understand you. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it might be the way you walk, the way you talk, or you're not talking, lack talking, however your mannerism is. You know what I'm saying? It just need to be a conversation. um about the other girl, yeah, her mom just need to have, instead of reaction, just need to really dive deep into what parenting is. Because when it comes to kids and stuff come like that, I first look at the parents, and see how that goes from there. After that, just work your way down that. For the other kids in the audience, I know everybody want to get the cell phones out, but me personally, I haven't seen the beginning, and because there was a lot in the middle, then definitely the end, and the girl contradict herself a lot. But me personally, I kind of wish it was like some more free thinkers out there. Like, look, especially the ones in the group, hey, I wish you'd have said something, or you kind of effing up my grade too, because we're supposed to do it a group, and then she asks you to rewrite your part, and you got 6 hours to do it. So you affected not just me and my grade, because I guess when it was in college, was that college, Chef?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's college.
yeah,
She's
what, 50 cent grand?
She's Latavia. She's
Yeah.
Latavia, Latoya, or Farrah, messing it up for the rest of the members of the original
Yeah,
Destiny.
that's not even high school. We're in college. That's money
They're in
into
college,
this.
and you heard her keep screaming, "I'm a valedictorian." You was a valedictorian in high school.
We're going.
In
Yeah,
high
that's what I'm
school.
saying. Hey, you get me all riled up all over again. This is crazy. This is not even high school. My mom was already in high school. You tell me it's college? Come on, man. You mean to tell me you my partner, and you messing up me and my grade? My mom, my dad probably busted butt just to get me here, or I had to rack my brains hours out all through high school toward X degrees and whatever just to get here. Come on now, come on. That's when you college. Same thing with the army. Everybody should be speaking up. Are you serious? College? Man, I wouldn't be no fun. I'd have left. I got time for this shit. I'd have left. I'd have left. I see the principal off because is that a snitching thing? You messing up me. Like, come on now. Yeah, I'm already getting riled up. But yeah, that was just all left. Yeah, that's crazy.
So yeah, bro.
That's crazy.
I want to definitely thank you for coming up, for being brave enough to step up and share your opinion. Like I said, you always welcome here, and I appreciate you for being a part of this particular ecosystem and honestly sharing your vibes. So I want to thank you, and like I said, if you ever need me on your show, if you ever want to roll through, all you got to do is you got my IG DM. Just say, "Yo, Chef Link," and I got you. All right.
All right. All right, I appreciate it, man. Tomorrow we're gonna be talking about what is a woman. So that's gonna be an instant conversation. If
So
anybody
that's gonna
wants
be on your channel.
Yes, sir, for tomorrow. I'm
Tomorrow.
gonna say 7 p.m. Central Time. So if anybody ever seen the Matt Walsh documentary, What is a Woman? I advise you go check it out. It was a very instant conversation. So we're gonna have people have the conversation about that. So unfortunately, people don't know. The difficult question is what is a woman. So we're gonna have that conversation. And so appreciate y'all.
Well, I appreciate you as well, my brother. And also, he's going to be hosting on TY on Ty, Miss Red Lipstick Vibes on Friday
Yeah,
on her
I think she
network.
does it. I think it's gonna be at 8 Eastern. I think she
8 Eastern,
normally.
yeah, the smoke show.
That's what she
So
normally happens.
if you've never been there, go check it out. It goes hard in the paint. So
Yeah, we're gonna make
I
it fun.
read.
It's gonna be a little bit geeky, and for the geeks out there. So you're a comic book fan, you're a geek fan. So we're gonna have the fellas over there have that conversation.
All right. So, ladies, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity before I drop them down in 5 seconds to throw your panties on the stage. And now it's a 3, 2, 1. Oh, one that just hit you in the neck. All right. Peace. Peace. Salute, right? Yo. Woo. Hey. I know a lot of y'all want to schedule. You want to schedule. You want a chef schedule. But our answer to that is this. You want some regular old bullshit where something happened on the news and I go and jump onto the story like everybody else is jumping on? Or if you feel that I have something to say, I would much rather be, instead of being that artist that puts out 3 albums in a year, I would rather be the person to curate something wonderful so I could be your Sade and come out with some shit every 6, 7 years. A Prince, Maxwell, or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just playing. I don't, I'm not masterful as them. But what I will say is this. I got a feeling, man. One of the reasons I call Andrea Lynch one of the hardest working women out here, she sends me a million things a day, yo. She wake me up with stuff. I look at my phone. I live on the East Coast. She lives in California, and that shit will say she sent me something at 7:59 a.m. my time. That's 4:59 her time. The main question I always ask is, where's the nuance, yo? Where's the nuance? Okay, this piss you off, that piss you off. Okay, that piss everybody off. So what's our angle? I gotta find an angle. So I apologize to any of you that believe that I'm getting lazy. I just feel as though now, as deep as I am into this thing, I owe you authenticity. So I gotta feel it. So all I can say is thank you. Oh, hold on one second. I'm sorry. Let's give him my diatribe. Donut just asked for a last favor. Oh, I'm scared. Talk to me, family. Talk to me, Donut. What's your last favor? I'm gonna give you a minute to type it in. Okay. Did you see my, okay, he said, did you see my comment where I started with men were taught? That one and the one after, like 10 comments back. Thank you. I want to make sure most women have been doing it for years. Boom. Yeah, she complained about 6 hours. Okay, we did that one, right? She complained about 6 hours not being enough time to redo it. I remember that well, because in my day you had 10 minutes. I found out the day before that I had to redo a whole 5-page paper. I had a professor that gave us 300-word papers where he gave us a list of letters that we were not allowed to use from the alphabet in that paper. There was another paper where it was a 300-word paper. We were not allowed to use the word the, and, and, of, with, and we had to do a paper. So, yes, I agree. We're going to go. Men were always taught to be decent, to be gentlemen, to spoil her and cater to her whims, to worship the ground she walks on. The same time, she wanted the 6'3" jock. yet it took men years to notice. Thank you for shining this back, because this makes a point. He says, so yes, men deserve to choose who they want in their lives the same way most women have been doing for years. Yo, like Great Pill said, thank you. I'm glad you brought that, because it elucidated one of the major points. And yes, we are on the same page. So in the end, for those of you thinking that you were going to come through and see, oh shit, Chef is pulling off his mask and, you know, Chef is a red pill werewolf. Now I'm a dude with awareness, and I'm able to understand the commonalities within this tier and that tier. And that's why I'm able to communicate across different groups. I think it's apparent and it's necessary for us to, you know, whatever pill you are, to start paying attention to the commonalities and where you agree. And we potentially could get that change, or a modicum of something close enough to that change that we're looking for. That's all I'm saying. But like I said, yo, I definitely, you funny, yo. He said, thank you. Based on that. Yeah, you wise, man. We all wise. It's just, you know, how we lay it out. Me, I'm just able to lay it out a little better because I'm full of shit. But look, yo, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for taking the time out of your wonderful day, the fruits of your time, to spend with me for 4 hours and almost 17 minutes. So I'm about to send you out to your folks and everyone that you know and love. But I just need the help from somebody to let me know, or let you know, when we send you out of here, we don't just make you walk out. What we do is we send you out on a magic carpet with a big ass V in the middle of it. The only question that I have is if somebody could let these folks know what that V stands for. That's important. Gabrielle said it. Vibing. Good night. Peace, love, and light to you all. And we ain't finished. We got more to come. Chef out.
Club phone jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with others, that offense. Hit me, change you, let me peach in. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop in. So they don't buy, and I say, so they don't buy, you the kid play, baby, 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 tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all be moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all for that pill that we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Pop it, baby. Come roll with me. All night long. My times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I pay for. Fly you first class to the lake bar. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. Why did I kill it? Night long. It's the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focused, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it.
nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Prophet the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPHETTHEONE. That's Prophet the One in case you couldn't spell. But if you could, you already got it. Like Prophet like God, and then duh like duh, nigga. And then one like nigga, I'm the motherfucking one, nigga. You can't miss.
Driving all night long. We ain't never left, baby. It's your boy. Hold it down. Peace, love.